Chapter 1962. Originally, everyone thought that Sun Ling-chan would choose to admit defeat in this round. They did not expect her to accept the challenge. Moreover, she did not seem like she was going to admit defeat. Your cultivation is only at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm, while I am at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Can't you see the difference between us? We have the same inheritance. Naturally, mine is more powerful. Xiao Budian snorted and activated his Yin-Yang Yuan force. His fist danced and condensed into a real meteorite divine fist in midair. Cultivation is not everything. You have learned too many things. How can your understanding of the Stone King's inheritance be comparable to mine? Sun Ling-chan did not show any weakness, and similarly threw out a punch. Rumble! The entire Thunder City seemed to be shaking as the fists of the two mountain giants collided. It was another evenly matched collision. However, the scene was obviously more shocking than the previous one. I don't believe it. Xiao Budian's fists blasted out like raindrops. Sun Ling-chan was not afraid at all and used the same method to fight back. The audience watched the battle with their mouths agape. On the stage, rumbling sounds continued as if there was continuous thunder. Debris flew everywhere, and energy danced chaotically. I think that Xiao Budian is simply spinning a cocoon around himself, using 50% of his strength to fight against 90% of Sun Ling-chan's strength is too disadvantageous. This guy is too arrogant. If he used a bit more strength, Sun Ling-chan would be defeated. That's right. It's really hard to get off now. I reckon that he won't be able to hold back and will use at least 60% of his strength. Otherwise, he won't be able to win against Sun Ling-chan. The audience was very excited. Such an exciting and intense battle had never happened before. This caused their originally unhappy mood to gradually improve. Suffering because of his pride. This is exactly what Xiao Budian is talking about. Ling Xiao felt lucky for Sun Ling-chan to meet such an idiot. Otherwise, the battle would have ended. After exchanging dozens of blows, Sun Ling-chan's eyes revealed a smug smile. She could have used 90% of her strength to suppress Xiao Budian's 50%, but she did not do so. She purposely created a situation where they were evenly matched so that Xiao Budian would underestimate his opponent. It's over. You've lost the battle. Suddenly, countless vines and roots extended from Sun Ling-chan's mountain giant's body, tightly binding Xiao Budian and his mountain giant. Besides the inheritance of the Boulder King, I also have my own martial soul. Crack! Following Sun Ling-chan's instantaneous eruption of terrifying power, the strange pink liquid passed through the plants and entered Xiao Budian's body. The little guy's expression greatly changed. He tried to struggle free, but he was completely unable to do so. You cheated. Only now did Xiao Budian completely understand that he had been tricked by Sun Ling-chan. I'll kill you. How could he, who was furious, be defeated by a woman who was inferior to him? At this moment, he was so angry that he almost lost his mind. 90% of his combat strength erupted from his body. Rumble! The entire arena became quiet. Whether it was the vines, the roots, or the mountain giant, they all disappeared. The little guy had exposed his true strength. Behind him, a gigantic bug hive appeared. Countless terrifying insects crawled out of the hive and surrounded Sun Ling-chan. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you, you overconfident woman. Uffed. As he spoke, he actually spat out a mouthful of pink blood. Kill me? You'd better think about how to detoxify the poison in your body first. The poison that was injected into your body was 100 times stronger than before. You were able to detoxify it earlier, but now what can you do? Sun Ling-chan was truly a terrifying opponent. If possible, Ling Xiao really did not like to fight with this kind of person. People who knew how to use poison were simply everywhere. Ah! Xiao, Budian screamed in pain. His body, which was originally the size of an 8-year-old child, began to distort and deform. In the end, it actually tore apart. From the child's body, a bug that was at least 70 to 80 centimeters long drilled out. It's really you. When Ling Xiao saw this worm, he understood. He completely understood. Xiao Budian was actually the 100 Insects Demon King. The 100 Insects Demon King that was once scared away by the immemorial Golden Crow's battle intent in the Divine Phoenix continent. However, this 100 Insects Demon King seemed to be different from before. Her strength was obviously stronger than before. Moreover, her appearance had also become uglier. Previously, she was still in human form. Now, she had completely turned into a bug, a completely nameless bug that seemed to be a combination of scorpion, centipede, and other 5 poisons. Too ugly. Many martial artists at the scene directly vomited when they saw this guy's ugly appearance. Kill! The strange bug flapped its thin cicada wings and charged towards Sun Lingchan. From the moment she abandoned Xiao Budian's body, her poison had been completely detoxified. I admit defeat. Sun Lingchan's goal was to force Xiao Budian to reveal his true strength. Although the current situation surprised her, she still achieved her goal. Admit defeat. It's not that easy. Today you must die. You've already pissed me off. A strange voice came from the bug's mouth as it frantically chased after Sun Lingchan. How could the 100 Insects Demon King let Sun Lingchan admit defeat so easily? She injured him, made him reveal his true identity, and still wanted to escape unscathed. She was simply dreaming. He must swallow this woman and turn her into his own nourishment. Only then could he vent the hatred in his heart. Referee. Ling Xiao looked at Lawless. According to the rules, as long as the opponent admitted defeat, they must stop the battle. So, it was obvious that the 100 Insects Demon King had violated the rules. As Lawless was about to say something, Xian Ming suddenly said, "Our Battle of the Kings is based on the reality of the mystical world. When have you ever seen a battle reach the climax? When you hurt your opponent and want to admit defeat, do you think the others will agree? Don't you think it's shameless?" On the stage, Sun Lingchan was frantically dodging, but she was still injured by the 100 Insects Demon King. She wanted to jump off the stage, but she was directly forced back by the opponent. Obviously, the 100 Insects Demon King wanted her dead. However, at this moment, the mysterious underworld being had actually disregarded the rules and uttered some high-sounding nonsense. "Ha ha ha, I'll see who can save you. Die, go die." As if encouraged by Xian Ming, the 100 Insects Demon King became even crazier. Sun Lingchan sighed. Under the threat of Xian Ming, no one would dare to save her. If she died, then so be it. Her skills were inferior, and the rules didn't protect her. What could she do? Die what? Did I say I'd let you die? Suddenly, a voice rang in Sun Lingchan's ears. People were shocked to see a figure jump onto the stage. They didn't even see who it was. They only saw a terrifying sword light shining on the stage, and then the 100 Insects Demon King's body was violently pushed back. Chapter 1963. In the arena, the sword's light was too dazzling, like a bloody sun in the sky. What's going on? Who interfered? The crowd looked at the arena in surprise. Under the light of the bloody sun, a tall and young figure was like a god. "Get out of my way." The furious 100 Insects Demon King did not see who interfered at all. At this time, he only wanted to kill Sun Lingchan. The terrifying scorpion tail stabbed toward Sun Lingchan. As for the man in front of Sun Lingchan, he intended to kill him as well. However, The light of the bloody sun became even more dazzling, and a blood-red sword light pierced through the air. At that moment, the 100 Insects Demon King felt frightened, as if his body was going to be pierced directly. Surprised, he hurriedly dodged. The blood-red sword light pierced the scorpion's tail directly. Blue blood spurted out from the tail. Ah! A shrill scream came from the strange face. The 100 Insects Demon King retreated to the edge of the arena in horror. That man did not pursue him. The light of the bloody sun finally dimmed a little, and the crowd had time to see clearly who the warrior who interfered was. Black clothes as black as ink, black hair draped over his shoulders, and the blood-red long sword in his hand was very conspicuous. His eyes revealed a domineering and indifferent look. His whole body was full of murderous intent. Ling Xiao. It's Ling Xiao indeed. Is this guy crazy? How dare he interfere in other people's fight? Is he going to give up his qualification? The crowd finally saw the man's identity clearly. It was Ling Xiao, the Ling Xiao whom they looked down upon. This guy's swordsmanship was so terrifying. Despite the 100 Insects Demon King's terrifying strength, its tail was still pierced through by the sword. Even now, blue blood was still flowing out. Is his swordsmanship that strong? His strength did not improve, did it? Could it be that he was originally so terrifying? This accident made the crowd realize the terror of the sword in Ling Xiao's hand. This guy was simply amazing. The elegance of his sword was like a real sword demon. His cultivation shouldn't have increased. Could it be that he can defeat Xiao Budian, who is at the 18th level of Yin Yang realm, when he's at the 15th level of Yin Yang realm? The audience did not know the identity of the 100 Insects Demon King, and only thought that this was the real body of the little guy. The 100 Insects Demon King stared fixedly at Ling Xiao. He found it somewhat inconceivable that he had been injured by this guy last time. Now that his strength had increased greatly, he had absorbed a large amount of energy through improper means and forcefully recovered his cultivation to the 18th level of Yin Yang realm. How did he get injured by this guy again? Shameless. This is a battle between Sun Lingchan and I. How dare you sneak attack me? The 100 Insects Demon King could only believe that his injuries were due to Ling Xiao's sneak attack, and not because he was too weak. Ling Xiao, you've broken the rules. Could it be that you don't wish to participate in the White Tiger Storm meet this time? Xianming said coldly. Shut up. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Xianming, who was at the judges' table. He didn't give the other party any face. He actually asked the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect to shut up. This guy must be crazy. Didn't he know that the sect master of the Xianming sect could kill him with a single finger? Old dog Xianming, I've had enough. You shameless old dog. In the Black Tortoise Divine Palace, you deprive me of the opportunity to enter the first trial ground for no reason, and even locked me up in the heavenly prison. Fortunately, I profited from this disaster and obtained the help of an expert. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I would have become a cripple. Just now, you said that in the mystic world, if you injure your opponent when you admit defeat, your opponent won't stop, so you can ignore the rules. Let me tell you, in the mystic world, if my friend is injured, I can't stand by and do nothing. I can also ignore the rules. Have you forgotten the fart you just spouted? Ling Xiao was naturally afraid of Xianming. However, he and Xianming were already mortal enemies. Even if he did not say these words, Xianming would still kill him. Even if he said that, he would still kill him. Therefore, he might as well use this opportunity to vent his anger and attack this old dog. He wanted to make this guy lose face in front of everyone. Didn't you boast about being fair? Didn't you say that the Black Tortoise Divine Palace was absolutely fair? Then, I'll let the world see your true face. Your words are worse than a fart. Are you worthy to be the ruler of the White Tiger continent? Besides cultivation, what else do you have? Ling Xiao questioned loudly. Impudent. Xianming was really annoyed. No one had ever dared to question him like this in front of so many people. What? You want to kill me? Are you angry out of humiliation? Ling Xiao sneered and said, You can do it. However, I can guarantee that before you kill me, I will make your black tortoise divine palace suffer heavy losses and even make it disappear from this world. Everyone looked at Xianming. They looked at Ling Xiao. Although they felt that Ling Xiao was seeking death, if what Ling Xiao said was true, then the black tortoise divine palace was really too shameless. What they did was simply inhumane. Aren't you holding a hostage in your hand? If I kill you, do you dare to kill him? Xianming started to fight. A terrifying, murderous aura filled the entire thunder-shocking city. Many people felt his anger and strong murderous intent. You can try. Ling Xiao sneered and said, I've already investigated. That Xianfeng is the son of the Deep Earth Sect's sect master. Although he's just a waste abandoned by his father. Even if he's a waste, what do you think will happen if you kill him? Moreover, I don't only have a hostage in my hand. I have other things. If you want to play, I can play with you. It's just my cheap life. Do you dare to exchange it with me? Xianming's face was gloomy to the extreme, but he couldn't do anything. He had sent several groups of people to try to save Xianfeng. However, each time, those people were killed. The demon wine sword was really strong. Even if he had the confidence to kill that guy, it would definitely take a lot of effort. What should he do? He was the dignified sect master of the Black Tortoise Temple. How could he lower his head and admit his mistake in front of a small cultivator? Enough, Ling Xiao. The reason why I deprived you of your trial qualification has nothing to do with sect master Xianming. It was my idea. You dared to kill so many of my temple's divine guards. I couldn't stand it, so I took away your chance. At this time, Venerable Magic Cube stood up. Clearly, he was here to block the spear for Xianming. Are you worthy? How can you take out a treasure like the heavenly fate? Old dog Xianming, you're really a coward. You don't even dare to admit what you've done. You want your subordinate to admit it for you. Shameless, Ling Xiao said sarcastically. He was really going all out today. If Xianming didn't care about the rules and insisted on messing with him, then even if he participated in the White Tiger Storm gathering, it would be meaningless. He might as well make a big scene and let no one get first place in the White Tiger Storm gathering. If he couldn't get it, no one else could. If this competition was fair, he wouldn't be like this. But if it was unfair, what was the point of it? Chapter 1964. Brat, so what if it's the truth? The Black Tortoise Temple is in charge of the White Tiger gathering. I am the rule. Xianming couldn't explain what he had done because he knew that Ling Xiao must have made sufficient preparations. If he wanted to evade, Ling Xiao would definitely take out the evidence. That would be even more embarrassing for him. Hence, he might as well admit it. So what if he admitted it? Here, no one would dare to say anything to him because Xianming, was the strongest. You finally said it. You don't even need to put on a fake mask anymore. Ling Xiao asked indifferently. So what if I say it? I can kill you. What can you do to me? Xianming was completely shameless. He didn't want to lose face because of Xianfeng. As long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would go on the run. He definitely couldn't let Ling Xiao manipulate him. Moreover, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would kill Xianfeng. As the only hostage in his hand, if Ling Xiao killed Xianfeng now, he would have no one to rely on. Brat, just die obediently. This world doesn't need a trash like you who overestimates himself. Xian Ming finally made his move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he actually made his move. The Nine Heavens dictum is here. People of the Nine Heavens Palace, quickly come and save me. Seeing Xian Ming pouncing towards him, Ling Xiao made 3 choices, almost at the same time. First, show the Nine Heavens dictum. This was obtained from the old palace master of the Nine Heavens Palace. According to the rules of the Nine Heavens Palace, seeing the Nine Heavens dictum was equivalent to seeing the palace master in person. Second, release the teleportation formation that he had prepared beforehand. This was something he discovered after participating in the Purgatory Blood Battle and the Myriad Demons' graveyard using the teleportation formation of the Black Tortoise Temple. Third, signal the Demon Liquor Sword and Hong Qi to bring his friends and leave. If the Nine Heavens dictum didn't work, then the second and third options would be activated. This was just in case. Fortunately, the what if didn't happen. The Nine Heavens do arrived in front of him in an instant, and his palms collided with Xian Ming's fists. The two of them actually fought to a draw. Brat, I don't care who you are. Since you have the Nine Heavens dictum, I will save you this time. However, you must explain everything to me after this. Nine Heavens do transmitted her voice. Don't worry, Senior. You will know everything you want to know. Ling Xiao replied. All right, then I'll take you away. The Nine Heavens do was obviously unwilling to fight with Xian Ming for a long time. After forcing Xian Ming to retreat, it wanted to take Ling Xiao away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Everyone in the Black Tortoise Temple, listen to my orders. Seal off all the exits from the Myriad Lightning Extreme Place. Don't let even a mosquito in. When Xian Ming saw the Nine Heavens do make a move, he knew that the situation was getting out of hand. At the moment, all he wanted to do was deal with Ling Xiao and the Nine Heavens do before Nine Sky Palace's power recovered. The venerables of the 13 palaces were all mobilized. 13 Rebirth Realm experts formed the White Tiger Continent's most terrifying line of defense. However, even with the Nine Heavens do, it was impossible for it to escape with Ling Xiao. Who dares to disobey the Nine Heavens dictum? The palace master of Nine Sky Palace has arrived. Suddenly, there was a clear shout from afar. When the voice sounded, it was still far away. However, by the time the voice landed, the group had already arrived. The current palace master of Nine Sky Palace, Nine Heavens Dream, together with the 9 Rebirth Realm experts under her command, they had all arrived. The line of defense that was supposed to be impossible to break through was easily broken through. Surprise! Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. He had already planned to use the secret chess piece he had left in the Black Tortoise Temple. However, he didn't expect the palace master of Nine Sky Palace, Nine Heavens Dream, to come and bring so many experts with her. Their combined strength wasn't inferior to the Black Tortoise Temple at all. In fact, they were even stronger. That's good too. I can keep that secret chess piece for future use. Ling Xiao nodded his head secretly and prepared to observe the development of the situation. Xian Ming, you're still as shameless as before. Back then, you schemed against our old palace master. Now, you want to use the same method to deal with our old palace master's successor? Nine Heavens Dream walked over slowly, but no one dared to stop her. No one dared. Little Dream, why are you here? Xian Ming was very embarrassed. Obviously, after seeing this woman, he felt a little unnatural. You still have the face to call me that. If I hadn't listened to your flowery words back then and gave the old palace master the so-called sacred medicine you gave him, he wouldn't have been captured by you. I, Nine Heavens Dream, have sinned and will use my life to pay for it. However, you, Xian Ming, have sinned as well. How are you going to pay for it? Nine Heavens Dream asked coldly. Back then, she and Xian Ming were childhood sweethearts. She trusted Xian Ming very much. However, she didn't expect that Xian Ming would use her to harm the old palace master. Fortunately, the old palace master was magnanimous. Not only did he not blame her, he even allowed her to inherit the position of palace master. It had been 300 years. The moment she heard that the successor of the old palace master had appeared, she couldn't wait to come here. Child, don't be afraid. You're the disciple of the old palace master. You're a member of Nine Sky Palace. No one can touch you today. Nine Heaven's Dream came to Ling Zhao's side. She gently grabbed Ling Zhao's hand and said very kindly, this made Ling Zhao feel a little awkward. He could barely be considered the successor of the old palace master, but he wasn't the real deal. Seeing this, the demon liquor sword and Hong Qi let out a long breath. It seemed that the situation had changed. The appearance of Nine Sky Palace had stopped the Black Tortoise Sacred Hall from acting recklessly. The Sky Sea King and the Green Hill Queen didn't look too good. The appearance of this powerful Nine Heavens Dream had made them lose all hope of revenge. What should they do? Since the Nine Sky Palace Master is here, you're an honored guest. Why don't you give me a seat? You don't have to be so angry. I was just joking with the child. Xian Ming's attitude changed completely. It was hard to believe that he was the one who had just spoken. Was it really just a joke? Nine Heaven's Dream asked with a grin. Of course it was a joke. What are you all spacing out for? The white tiger meet will continue. The little guy broke the rules first. Ling Zhao didn't do anything wrong by saving Sun Lingchan. Xian Ming was like a man who'd lost his memories. He'd completely forgotten what he'd just said. The audience was completely confused. Still, they didn't care. As long as the white tiger meet could continue and they could watch the show, that was the most important thing. After all, they didn't want the meeting to be ruined just like that. Senior Nine Sky Palace Master, it's hard to avoid injuries and deaths in the arena battles. If he's killed in the arena, will you interfere too? Feng Fei suddenly asked, how could the successor of the old palace master be so useless? As long as it's within the rules, this palace won't interfere. But if anyone tries to make a move against him outside the rules, then don't blame this palace for being impolite. Chapter 1965. In truth, Zhu Qianmeng wasn't certain that Ling Zhao was the successor of the old palace head either. She could use the white tiger meat as a test. What she needed to do now was prevent Ling Zhao from being killed by Xian Ming. She didn't need to worry about anything else. All right, since the palace head has said so, then I can set my mind at ease. Feng Fei smiled and didn't say anything else. Actually, her question was what many others wanted to ask as well, because many geniuses wanted to kill Ling Zhao in the arena, including the 100 Insects Demon King, Xiao Badian, who had just been forced out of his original form by Sun Lingchan. Brat, your luck isn't bad to have such a strong person protecting you. But do you dare to fight me fair and square in the arena? Xiao Badian laughed coldly. Why wouldn't I dare? Killing you will be as easy as slaughtering a dog or a chicken. Ling Zhao said coldly. Fine, you said it yourself. I hope you can challenge me in the next round. Otherwise you, Ling Zhao, will forever be a piece of trash hiding behind a woman's back. The 100 Insects Demon King's body began to heal and gradually turned back into Xiao Badian. From the looks of it, that tiny body was just a shell of his. You don't need to provoke me. I won't bully others. You're already injured, so even if I beat you, you won't be convinced. Once you're healed, I'll fight you again. We'll have to fight sooner or later anyway, so I'll make sure you die convinced. Ling Zhao glanced at Xiao Badian. How could he, Ling Zhao, fear someone who only knew how to use unorthodox methods? Fine, you've got guts. Soon you'll know how foolish your decision was. Xiao Badian returned to his seat and began to heal himself. I'm sorry, Ling Chan. I wasted your good intentions. When the break started, Ling Xiao apologized to Sun Ling Chan. How can you say it's a waste? I believe you have your reasons for your choice. Sun Ling Chan smiled. But it's a pity that I won't be able to participate in the next round. I'll leave this victory to you. No problem. Thus, in the third round, Ling Xiao chose Sun Ling Chan, winning without a fight. Cold Plum chose Dan Feng, and won without a fight. Long Chun fought with Jun Mo Qing, and won by relying on his powerful defense. Xiao Badian was the only one worth paying attention to in this round. This guy seemed to have chosen to avoid the battle and admit defeat in order to fight against Ling Xiao. From the looks of it, he no longer intended to compete for first place in the White Tiger meet. As long as he could kill Ling Xiao, he would be satisfied. After all, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai were all too strong. Although he was confident, he still couldn't see through their true strength. Therefore, he gave up on the first place. At the end of the third round, there were still 8 people with a perfect record. They were the top 8 in the treasure-hunting battle. However, after this round, most of the weaklings had already made their choices. Following this, there would probably be fewer and fewer people who could maintain a perfect victory. When the fourth round began, Ling Xiao was about to make his choice when Xiao Badian suddenly said, I've already recovered. Do you dare to fight me? He looked like he'd recovered to his peak condition. It looked like all the poison in his body had been expelled and his injuries healed. This kind of recovery ability was truly astonishing. Xiao Badian had never considered the possibility that he wasn't Ling Xiao's match. Ling Xiao was only at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, while he was at the 18th level. There was a difference of 3 levels between them. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao was his match at all. Moreover, ever since his last encounter with Ling Xiao, he'd been researching ways to deal with the primordial golden crow and immemorial celestial devil's battle intent. Now, he didn't fear these 2 types of battle intent at all. He refused to believe that Ling Xiao could come up with any new tricks to deal with him. For the sake of fighting Ling Xiao as soon as possible, he didn't even hesitate to eat the special medicine he'd been saving for Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Lei Lai. He wanted to recover as soon as possible. Even if you want to die, there's no need to be in such a hurry. Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Badian. Truthfully speaking, he was already prepared to pick a strong opponent to warm up with in the 4th round. Even if he didn't pick Xiao Badian, he'd pick Qingqiu Li Hua, the Silver Wolf Princess, or the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman. Now that Xiao Badian had jumped out, it saved him the trouble of choosing his opponent. Of course you'll be the one to die. Xiao Badian looked coldly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. Since you already know my true identity, then you should know that only one of us can survive. This battle will be your doomsday. If you have anything to say, say it now. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. I still have some kindness in me to give you this chance. Ling Xiao smiled faintly before walking towards the stage. If this battle had been in the past, he wouldn't have dared to say that he'd win for sure. After all, there was a gap between him and Xiao Badian back then in terms of cultivation and other aspects. The gap wasn't large, but in a fight between experts, a small difference could determine victory. Moreover, the gap wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. The difference in cultivation was there for all to see. But after the trip to the Celestial Prison Shrine, he didn't fear this opponent in the slightest. Before the battle begins, may I make a request to the judges? Ling Xiao stood on the stage, but didn't challenge Xiao Badian directly. Instead, he looked towards Xian Ming. Speak, Xian Ming said coldly. I request the judges to check Xiao Budian's condition. If his injuries are truly healed, then I'll challenge him. Otherwise, we can wait for another round. Ling Xiao grinned. What? Everyone thought they'd heard wrong. Was there something wrong with Ling Xiao's head? Or was he just overconfident? How could he have such a strange request? Sure, lawless. Go and check. Xianming nodded. Since he could create trouble for Ling Xiao, why wouldn't he do it? Yes. Lawless went to Xiao Budian's side and pressed his hand on him. Although Xiao Budian wanted to resist, it was useless. With his strength, it was impossible for him to resist Lawless. After a while, Lawless turned his head and looked at Xianming. Sect Master, this person has indeed fully recovered. Can we start the battle now? Xiao Budian looked at Ling Xiao coldly and said, I hope you won't find any other excuses to evade me. Don't worry. Since you've fully recovered, I can take part in this battle without any worries. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Xiao Budian while he was still in good condition, so that he could win fair and square. Otherwise, who knew how many vile people would slander him in private? Moreover, if he killed Xiao Budian like this, Xiao Budian would give up completely. At that time, it would be easier for him to devour Xiao Budian. Chapter 1966. In the future, the 9 Demons' divine art would definitely be a great help to Ling Xiao on the path of martial arts. Therefore, he would not give up. The Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, the Lightning Demon King, the Yin-Yang Demon King, and the 100 Insects Demon King. These were the 5 Demon Kings. Only 4 more were needed before he could cultivate the true 9 Demons' divine art. Although it was difficult to cultivate and was considered useless at this stage, he knew that as long as he did not give up now, it would become delicious in the future. Come up, little thing. Ling Xiao finally issued a challenge. This caused the crowd to become excited again. Since the Battle of the Kings, Ling Xiao had consecutively killed the 100-eyed Demon King, Crown Princess, and Fairy Qingqiu. Meanwhile, Little Thing was a genius who was even stronger than the 3 of them. Even among the 13 top geniuses, he was ranked in the top 6. It would not be as easy to deal with him as the 3 of them. Could Ling Xiao really defeat this person? I asked you to write your last words. Are you not going to do it? Little Thing slowly stepped onto the arena. The terrifying aura of a level 18 yin-yang realm martial artist spread throughout the entire arena. He crazily charged towards Ling Xiao. If you don't, you won't have a chance. I don't care what powerful martial arts you've cultivated, but cultivation is the most basic thing. You're 3 levels away from me, yet you dare to challenge me. This is the best chance for me to kill you. Thank me. I won't destroy your body because it will belong to me in the future. Your woman, your country, they will all belong to me. Little Thing stood on the arena. He was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he used his powerful aura to intimidate Ling Xiao. He wanted to make Ling Xiao lose the will to fight first. It would be easier to fight this way. Although he was arrogant, he did not dare to be careless at all. After all, he was not stupid. Ling Xiao could kill 3 top geniuses. Although the 3 of them were not as good as him, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Being careful did not mean being afraid. You're right. Cultivation is indeed the most basic. However, if you know me, you should know that I killed a martial artist at the 16th level of the Yin-Yang realm when I was at the 13th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I killed a martial artist at the 17th level of the Yin-Yang realm when I was at the 14th level of the Yin-Yang realm. I'm at the 15th level of the Yin-Yang realm, and you're at the 18th level of the Yin-Yang realm. Do you think I can kill you? Didn't anyone tell you that there are many geniuses in this world who can challenge opponents above their level? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Ignorant. Xiao Budian sneered. It's true that you can challenge those above your level, but the ones you kill are all mediocre. In front of me, you won't have any chance. What if my cultivation base reaches the 16th level of the yin-yang realm? Ling Xiao suddenly grinned, and an equally powerful aura erupted from his body, clashing with Xiao Budian's pressure, and was actually not at a disadvantage. The 16th level of the yin-yang stage. What was going on? Everyone was shocked, including Xianming and Jiu Tianmeng. The two strongest martial artists present could not see that Ling Xiao had concealed his cultivation base. This surprised them. The demonic mirror martial soul. Jiu Tianmeng smiled, and his surprise turned into joy. He did not expect the old palace master to pass the demonic mirror martial soul to Ling Xiao, which allowed him to conceal his cultivation base. Even Xianming and I could not see through it. Among the people present, only Jiu Tianmeng had guessed this. The rest were still in the dark. They had no idea that Ling Xiao had cultivated a powerful secret technique like Zhen Ho, which allowed him to hide his cultivation base so well. I could kill a martial artist at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm when I was at the 15th level. Now that I'm at the 16th level, even if you're a genius, you're still no match for me. Am I right? Ling Xiao looked at Xiao Budian and smiled. Xiao Budian's expression was indeed a little surprised. He really didn't expect that Ling Xiao's cultivation would still be able to break through after being deprived of the opportunity to participate in the first trial ground. He must have seen a ghost. You really surprise me. You're at the 16th level of the yin-yang realm. Not bad at all. You hit it well, too. Xiao Budian clapped his hands. Then his expression turned disdainful as he said coldly, "Even so what? Everyone knows that the 17th, 18th, and 19th levels of the yin-yang realm are the hardest to break through. Moreover, the difference between each level is greater than the previous 2 or even 3 levels. It's even more so for geniuses. Even if you can defeat a normal martial artist at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm with your 16th level of cultivation, you're still no match for me." Then his aura grew stronger, and the origin energy in his body grew more ferocious. It was as if he wanted to show off his strength to Ling Xiao. "It looks like you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Perhaps I can't defeat Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, and Mu Wanshuang with my 16th level of cultivation. But I don't think it'll be a problem to defeat you. Let's see who's the real deal. There's no need to waste words. You think I'm inferior to them? If you're so confident, you wouldn't give up the chance to fight for first place. Even you think you're inferior to them, right?" Ling Xiao mocked. "You talk too much. Once I kill you, you'll know how strong I am." The effects of 6 inheritances appeared behind Xiao Budian at the same time. Black Wind, Giant, Green Radiance, Battle Dragon, and Thousand-Legged Insect. You ruined my plans in Black Wind Canyon and didn't let me obtain all 6 inheritances. Today, I'll take your body and regain the Scarlet Sword General's inheritance. Once I gather all 6 inheritances, I'll become even stronger. So just obediently become my power." "You don't know what you're talking about." Ling Xiao waved his hand, and Isis Fury appeared before transforming into the Divine Radiance Sword. The blazing sword light enveloped the entire stage and repelled Xiao Budian's evil aura. The terrifying Scarlet Sword aura whistled as it rushed towards Xiao Budian. Ling Xiao didn't plan to reveal his full strength. He felt that Xiao Budian wasn't worthy, at least not yet, because Xiao Budian hadn't used his full strength yet. Since his opponent wanted to play with him, then he'd play with him. At the same time, he could practice the Scarlet Sun Sword art. After all, his Scarlet Sun Sword art was only at the small success stage. He hadn't even reached the proficient stage, much less the higher realms. The sword wind whistled as it radiated light. With Ling Xiao as the center, all of the light turned into sword light that tore through space. The protective wall above the arena made cracking noises, as if it was withstanding a great amount of pressure. Kill! The divine radiant sword in Ling Xiao's hand trembled as he used daybreak from the horizon. When he used the sword move, it looked slow, but in an instant, it sped up like lightning. Chapter 1967. Boulder King, block him! Behind Xiao Budian, the mountain giant waved its huge arms in front of him, wanting to block Ling Xiao's sharp sword for him. Boom! The sword chi was too sharp, and it actually shattered the mountain giant's huge arms. It was still unstoppable as it crazily attacked its opponent. You can block the first sword, but can you block the second one? Crimson Sun Flash. There was almost no time gap. The terrifying sword light instantly flashed, and a terrifying killing intent enveloped Xiao Budian's entire body. It also caught up with the sword chi that had already been weakened, causing this sword chi to become even more powerful. Xiao Budian's expression was uncertain. Clearly, he did not expect Ling Xiao's move to be so powerful. He originally wanted to attack first, but now he did not even have the chance to attack. It was simply infuriating. Black Wind, Green Mang. Kill! Black Wind, wrapped in green mang, attacked the second sword light. Xiao Budian did not dare to be careless. Even though he wanted to attack, the most important thing right now was to defend. He believed that as long as he blocked this wave of attacks, Ling Xiao's attack would definitely stop. At that time, it would be his chance. Black Wind wrapped in green mang, forming a strange tornado on the stage. It wanted to shatter Ling Xiao's sword light and repel it. However, Ling Xiao's expression was still calm. He did not even move. He just watched his own sword light attack the Black Wind and green mang. Kacha! Kacha! It was like a sharp blade touching a cardboard. This sharp sword intent was too powerful. It was so powerful that it was ridiculous. Black Wind King's Black Wind and Green Mang King's Green Mang combined could not defeat it. Could it be that General Scarlet Sword's inheritance is the strongest? The crowd was confused. However, only Lu Lian, who also received General Scarlet Sword's inheritance, knew. It was not like that at all. The inheritance was the same. The only difference was that each person comprehended different things. Comprehension was really too important. Lu Lian felt that what she comprehended from the same inheritance was just the tip of the iceberg. Compared to Ling Xiao's comprehension, it was completely incomparable. However, as she watched this battle, she suddenly had a new idea. From Ling Xiao's battle, she had also comprehended some things that she felt had benefited her greatly. War Dragon! Seeing that the Black Wind and Green Light could not block Ling Xiao's sword light, Xiao Budian roared, and a battle dragon behind him broke through the air, merging into the Black Wind and Green Light, causing the power of the attack to greatly increase. Facing this battle dragon's roar, Ling Xiao remained unmoved. With a cold smile, the divine radiant sword in his hand suddenly changed color and turned into a blood-red sword. The Crimson Blood Sword was a divine sword of light that had been fused with the power of the Crimson Blood Sword. Not only did it possess the effects of the divine radiant sword, it also possessed the effects of the Scarlet Blood Sword's ability to absorb blood chi. Not only did its power not decrease, it also increased the threat it posed. The War Dragon actually roared in pain, as if its blood was being continuously absorbed into the blood-red longsword. This scene caused countless people to cry out in surprise. Shatter! The Scarlet Blood Sword stabbed out a few times, and terrifying sword chi continuously shot out. The Battle Dragon, Black Wind, and Azure Light were all torn apart and finally collapsed. No, this is impossible. Xiao Budian couldn't believe the reality in front of him. He roared, and his body split open again. His ugly original form was finally revealed. Sir God Qianzu, merge! The huge thousand-legged worm merged with his original body. His original body became the core of the thousand-legged worm, and he waved his thousand-legged worm legs to attack Ling Xiao again. Black wind, meteorite, azure light, war dragon. At that moment, the four great inheritances merged with Sir God Qianzu completely. The five great inheritances exploded with shocking power and attacked Ling Xiao. Third move of Crimson Sun Sword technique, Crimson Sun Whirlpool. Crimson Sun Whirlpool was performed with the Scarlet Blood Sword, and a crimson whirlpool appeared in the space around Ling Xiao. As the whirlpool spun, the thousand-legged worm couldn't control its own power, and it was continuously pulled in by the terrifying whirlpool. Not only that, but within the whirlpool, there was a sharp sword chi that attacked continuously. The 100 Insects Demon King let out a scream of terror. Ling Xiao was able to kill a martial artist at level 18 Yin Yang Realm when he was at level 15 Yin Yang Realm. Now that he exploded with the cultivation of the peak of level 16 Yin Yang Realm, the Crimson Sun Sword technique in his hand naturally became more powerful. On top of that, he continued to use it, and his sword skill became more skillful. The current power was naturally more ferocious than before. 100 Insect Nest. After abandoning the thousand-legged worm, the 100 Insects Demon King's original body retreated, and he finally used his final trump card. A gigantic hive appeared behind him. Ferocious demonic insects crawled out of the insect nest. These insects were obviously tainted by demonic chi, and they became extremely ferocious. The insects covered the sky and rolled towards Ling Xiao, and they swore to bite Ling Xiao into pieces. Didn't you say that you don't want to destroy my body? Is it because you don't have the strength to do it? Ling Xiao sneered and mocked as he faced the demonic insects that covered the sky. You deserve to die. Xiao Budian did not explain, and he released the terrifying insects in a frenzy. These insects could not only kill, but they could also protect him. It was a perfect move. It could be used to attack or defend. He had used this move countless times to wear down enemies who were more powerful than him. Now, he did not think that Ling Xiao was more powerful than him, but he had to use this move if he wanted to kill Ling Xiao. How should Ling Xiao deal with this? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao. Facing Xiao Budian's almost invincible move, it was not an easy task for Ling Xiao to deal with it as he pleased. Ling Xiao quickly gave them the answer. Crimson Sun Sword, Rising Sun Change. The Crimson Sun Sword in his hand instantly turned into a Crimson Sun Sword. It was even more powerful, and its lethality skyrocketed. Together with the Rising Sun Change of the Crimson Sun 9 change, the entire arena was bathed in blood-red sunlight. Ling Xiao slowly closed his eyes. He controlled the world and everything around him. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed the air. Every streak of sword chi would kill one or several demonic insects. When the demonic insects died, a bloody aura flew out and merged into the Crimson Sun Sword. It made the Crimson Sun Sword even more powerful. What a terrifying move. What a strange battle tactic. What a cold sword intent. Everyone stretched their necks and swallowed their saliva. However, they were not willing to blink, as if they were afraid of missing the most exciting details. At this time, the blood-red sunlight had completely turned into Crimson Sun Sword Chi. Ling Xiao stood on the arena, and he was like the Crimson Sword General of the past, killing in all directions. Not only did the sword light kill the demonic insects, but it also kept approaching Xiao Budian. Moreover, the more demonic insects died, the more powerful the sword light became. It was almost an irreversible situation. Everyone could see that Xiao Budian was about to be defeated. Xiao Budian had used his martial soul and all of his strength. Chapter 1968. No one could guess. Ling Xiao was clearly thrown into the heavenly prison. Just what did he rely on to raise his strength to such a powerful level? Very clearly, this Crimson Sun Sword art was obtained after Ling Xiao participated in the White Tiger meet. It was absolutely not something he knew before. Just what did this guy do in these 10 days? How did he become so powerful? The martial artists who originally still had some contempt for Ling Xiao all put away these thoughts now. This person was too terrifying. He was simply unfathomable, completely unable to see through or see through. Still not defeated. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, "Then I'll add fuel to the fire. Crimson Sun 9 transformations, Ardent Sun transformation." The Ardent Sun transformation that was even stronger than the Rising Sun transformation made the Blood Sun Sword's power stronger again. Those sword lights also seemed to have become much thicker in an instant. Each streak could kill several demonic bugs. Seeing the demonic bugs being killed one by one, Xiao Budian was burning with anxiety. Is this really the sword art comprehended from the Crimson Sword General's inheritance? How can it crush Xiao Budian's 5 inheritances so easily? This is completely illogical. Everyone was truly, completely stunned. The same level of inheritance actually became so terrifying in Ling Xiao's hands. Looking at Xiao Budian on the opposite side, he already used his final trump card. Terrifying yin and yang essence energy continuously gushed out from his body. Very clearly, he had no backup plan. He could only continuously release his yin and yang essence energy. Although he clearly knew that he might still lose like this, he could only do so. Apart from this, he had no other choice. 5 poisons bug kings, destroy him, Xiao Budian roared. And from the bug nest, 5 gigantic bug kings crawled out. The instant these 5 bug kings came out, Xiao Budian's entire person seemed to have instantly shrunk. That main body seemed to have consumed too much energy. It actually could not fly anymore and could only land on the stage. He had gambled everything on this final move. It's useless. Everything you're doing now is just a futile effort. You clearly know that I still have power that I haven't released. Crimson Sun 9 transformations, Ardent Sun transformation. Rumble! The moment the 5 poison bug kings came out, one of them was pierced through by Ling Xiao's sword Qi, dying at the exit of the nest. It's not over yet. Scarlet Sun 9 transformations, True Yang transformation. An even more terrifying power was released, and another bug king was killed. I acknowledge your strength as the 100 Insects Demon King. No matter what despicable methods you used, I truly admire you for being able to raise your strength to such a level in such a short time. But today, I can't let you live. No matter what you do, you'll die in the end. Pure yang change of the 9 transformations of the Scarlet Sun. Ling Xiao's sword intent became stronger once again, and the sword Qi became even more ferocious. Another 5 poison bug king was blasted into pieces. The only ones left were the insect king centipede and the insect king scorpion. It's over. Xiao Budian is completely done for this time. Ling Xiao's sword technique is too strong. The power of this sword is even greater than the previous one. Just how terrifying is this guy's strength? It's simply inconceivable. Everyone stared at the bloody sun sword in Ling Xiao's hand. Each sword was stronger than the previous one, as if there was no upper limit. This was what shocked them the most. This move, which could be considered a sure kill move for others, was actually just an ordinary move in Ling Xiao's hand. Was there any justice in this? The last sword, Scarlet, Sun, 9 transformations, Heavenly Yang transformation. You and your bugs, go to hell. The bloody sun sword in Ling Zhao's hand suddenly surged with a huge red sword light that was 4 to 5 meters in diameter. The sword light wrapped around the blood sun sword, making it look like a huge sword. Ling Zhao brandished this huge bloody sun sword and directly slashed at Xiao Badian. At the same time, he also slashed at the remaining 2 bug kings. It's too terrifying. This power is actually so terrifying. Many warriors felt their hearts tremble. They clearly did not expect Ling Zhao to be able to raise the Scarlet Sword General's sword technique to such a terrifying level. They probably did not know that this was only a lesser success sword technique. If they knew this, they probably would not dare to underestimate the 6 great inheritances of Black Wind Canyon. The terrifying sword intent suppressed the 100 Bugs Demon King to the point that it could not breathe. The Bug King centipede turned into a pool of blood on the spot and integrated into the bloody sun sword. The Bug King scorpion was shattered into pieces on the spot, and the blood evil chi was completely absorbed by the bloody sun sword. Only Xiao Badian was left lying there pitifully. His body was almost unable to move, and he could only let out hysterical cries. He probably did not expect that he would be suppressed to such an extent. This was simply unimaginable, but it was right in front of his eyes. Xiao Badian, admit defeat. Just as Xiao Badian was about to be killed by Ling Zhao, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. A figure slowly descended. A voice like spring thunder came out of his mouth. Although this voice was directed at Xiao Badian, it was obviously directed at Ling Zhao. The terrifying voice produced a substantial attack that directly attacked Ling Zhao. Boom! Ling Zhao's figure retreated a few steps, almost falling off the arena. The bloody sun sword in his hand also completely collapsed. Die! Suddenly finding the best opportunity to kill Ling Zhao, Xiao Badian did not admit defeat, but fiercely pounced forward. Ling Zhao no longer had a sword in his hand. Moreover, his blood chi was surging and his face was pale. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. With Xiao Badian's ferocity, how could he let go of such a good opportunity? You're courting death. Without a sword, Ling Zhao could still kill Xiao Badian, especially now that Xiao Badian was almost out of oil. So what if he was injured? It was not a serious injury anyway. In just a moment, the stage became quiet. Ling Zhao's right hand turned into a huge demonic claw, grabbing Xiao Badian in his hand. Blue blood was constantly dripping. It could only be Xiao Badian, or the 100 Bugs Demon King's blood. Ling Zhao looked coldly at the martial artist in the sky. He was very unhappy. This person should be a martial artist from the heavenly demon cult. If she had not suddenly attacked, Xiao Badian would already be a corpse. Or it could be said that he would have been completely absorbed by him. This guy was very strong, but also very despicable. Compared to Xianming, he was not to be outdone. Zhu Qianmeng indifferently looked at that person, and a trace of killing intent appeared on her face. Not long ago, she said that she would protect Ling Zhao from death, and Ling Zhao was ambushed by this person. He clearly did not put her in his eyes. Who are you? Ling Zhao coldly asked. In any case, Xiao Badian was in his hand, and he could kill this trash at any time. However, before that, he had to figure out this person's identity. The little beggar from back then has actually grown to this level. However, no matter how strong you are, the sin of being ungrateful and killing the Ling family will never be forgotten. Chapter 1969. Ling Zhao frowned slightly. He felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. This woman actually mentioned what happened when he was in Tianfeng City's Ling family. At that time, He had indeed killed people from the Ling family, but that was because some of them chose to betray him. He never felt that he was in the wrong. Today, this matter was actually mentioned again. Could it be that the small Ling family had some influence outside? Do I, Ling Xiao, need to be criticized by a despicable and shameless person like you? Ling Xiao said coldly. The other party was very strong, but she was clearly an enemy. If he offended her, so be it. At this time, even if he acted like a grandson, the other party wouldn't have a good impression of him. He might as well act like a man. I will slowly settle the score with you for the past. But now, Xiao Budian has already admitted defeat, so you can let him go. This is a matter of the rules. You have also argued for it before. Am I right? The woman said with a smile. He admitted defeat? Did any of you hear him admit defeat? Ling Xiao looked around and asked coldly, Judge, are you going to sit by and do nothing when an outsider interferes with the battle of the White Tiger meat? He directly threw the burden to Xian Ming. No matter what, the White Tiger meat was jointly created by the Black Tortoise Divine Palace and the 5 Great Forces. Now that an outsider had come to cause trouble, if Xian Ming didn't say anything, he would have no face to continue staying in the White Tiger continent. Perhaps even the Deep Earth sect would doubt his qualifications to be the sect master of the Black Tortoise Divine Palace. He only asked Xiao Budian to surrender. It's not considered interference. Xian Ming frowned. At this time, this bastard still wanted to protect the person who attacked Ling Xiao. Sect Master Xian Ming. This poor Taoist can't listen anymore. Although this Ling Xiao is very arrogant, his words are very reasonable. The sect master of the Genie school, who hadn't shown himself until now, finally showed himself. He just walked slowly through the air towards them, and he said as he walked, he's probably a rebirth realm expert, and he isn't any weaker to us. That voice from before was clearly mixed with a soul attack. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's soul force was strong enough, he would have been killed. This penniless Taoist doesn't like this kid either, but I don't want the White Tiger meat to become a child's play. If anyone can casually interfere, would it still be considered a grand meat? The sect master of the Genie school made it very clear. That woman was already a rebirth realm expert. Moreover, she was at the same level as the sect master of the mysterious underworld sect. Even a single roar from her was not something an Yin-Yang realm martial artist like Ling Xiao could withstand. That definitely wasn't just talking. It was directly interfering with the White Tiger meat. Taoist Yimei. Xian Ming's face was uncertain. Among the 5 great powers, Taoist Yimei's strength was the one he couldn't see through the most. He didn't expect that this person would actually stand out and speak up for Ling Xiao. Didn't Ling Xiao kill the 100-eyed demon monarch Wulong? Logically speaking, Taoist Yimei should hate Ling Xiao very much. In fact, he was just blinded by hatred. Taoist Yimei wasn't helping Ling Xiao, but the Order of the White Tiger meat. If an outsider casually interfered with the top 5 great powers and the Black Tortoise Temple, where would their face go? If he had thought this through, Xian Ming wouldn't think so. Many thanks for upholding justice, Taoist Yimei. I believe that the 5 great powers of the White Tiger continent won't disappoint like the Black Tortoise Temple. Ling Xiao smiled at Taoist Yimei, then casually swiped down with his terrifying demonic claws. At this point, how could he possibly let the 100 insects demon monarch live? Could it be that he didn't think there was enough trouble? If he could solve the problem today, he definitely wouldn't leave it until tomorrow. Kid, take a step back and you'll have a better view. You're so vicious. Aren't you afraid that others will also be ruthless to your friends? That woman was clearly a little anxious, because she could also see that Taoist Yimei was powerful. In addition, Jiu Qianming also seemed to be dissatisfied with her. With her strength alone, she really couldn't contend against the two of them. Afraid, your words are really laughable. Could it be that if I don't kill him, he'll show mercy to my friends? In any case, you're also a senior expert. Do you actually need me to teach you this? Ling Xiao couldn't help but mock. Just now, when the little guy tried to kill Sun Lingchan, if he hadn't acted in time, Sun Lingchan would have already died. And at that time, Sun Lingchan had already shouted the two words, "Admit defeat." This time, the little guy still didn't admit defeat. He even took advantage of the time when he was attacked by that woman to launch a sneak attack. If he still wanted to keep this alive, Ling Xiao, would really become a saint. This Ling Xiao, is he really going to kill the little guy? I can tell that this little guy's background isn't bad either. Ling Xiao already offended so many people, and he still wants to offend such a powerful enemy. I really don't understand what he's trying to do. Are you stupid? Either way, he already offended so many powerhouses. It doesn't matter if he offends one more. Moreover, even if he doesn't kill those people still want to kill him. What choice does he have? That's right. I want to see how Ling Xiao can still live well under the covetous eyes of so many powerhouses. People discussed animatedly. Some said that Ling Xiao was courting death and shouldn't have offended so many people. Some thought that Ling Xiao had no choice and could only do this. Otherwise, he would have long been killed by others. But no matter what viewpoint, they all had a common thought anyway, and that was that Ling Xiao was in danger. Once the White Tiger Storm gathering ended, it might be Ling Xiao's doomsday. Do you know who I am? That woman saw that her strength actually couldn't intimidate Ling Xiao and finally wanted to bring out her background. Who are you? Ling Xiao looked at the woman indifferently. He was really interested in the answer to this question. Do you still remember Ling Feng and Ling Yun of the Ling family? The woman asked. Of course I do. Those two bullied me because I was born a beggar and pressured me everywhere. In the end, they even colluded with the ninjas to betray the Ling family. So, my friends and I killed them. Two things worse than pigs and dogs. So, what if I killed them? Could it be that you're a relative of those two animals? Ling Xiao asked coldly. You still dare to be so arrogant? The Ling family took you in back then, and you're already greatly indebted to them. Not only are you not grateful, you even killed the young master of the main family. Now, you're still slandering them. Who's more shameless? Who's worse than pigs and dogs? The woman asked, What a joke. I joined the Ling family because of my ability. If it weren't for me, the Ling family would have been destroyed long ago. I don't know which trash you heard this from, but now in the Sky Dragon continent, the Ling family is already the #1 family, the strongest family. The head of the Ling family, Ling Wuhan, is my best friend. You, an outsider, dare to slander me like this after hearing a few words of slander? Chapter 1970. You have a sharp tongue, but your excuses are useless. Even if they treated you like livestock, you should be grateful instead of killing them. If you kill them, do you know the identity of their mother? The woman asked again, What identity? Ling Xiao remembered clearly that Ling Feng and Ling Yun's mother had never appeared during the time he was in the Ling family. To tell you the truth, their mother passed by Tianfeng City and gave birth to 2 boys and a girl by accident. The 2 boys stayed in the Ling family while the girl was taken away and raised in the Linglong Palace. Their mother is the saintess of the Linglong Palace. The woman finally revealed her origin. You're not from the heavenly demon sect. Ling Xiao was stunned. He had never heard of the Linglong Palace and thought that the woman was from the heavenly demon sect. Heavenly demon sect? I've never heard of it, but you'll understand if you ask Xian Ming what the Linglong Palace represents in the Black Tortoise Continent. The woman looked at Xian Ming and said, Xian Ming's expression was ugly. If the Black Tortoise Temple was a branch of the Deep Earth sect, then the Deep Earth sect could only be considered a vassal of the Linglong Palace. The Linglong Palace had hundreds of sects like the Deep Earth sect in the Black Tortoise Continent. It was said that the Linglong Palace was full of women. Moreover, these women were extremely powerful. Ordinary disciples of the Linglong Palace were called the Linglong Envoy. Greetings to the Linglong Envoy. Please forgive me for not knowing that the Linglong Envoy was here. Xian Ming actually bowed and apologized to the woman in front of so many people. Forget it. Hurry up and ask Ling Xiao to release Xiao Budian. This person has a special meaning to the Linglong Palace. The Linglong Envoy said, Ling Xiao, release him. Xian Ming shouted sternly, if he admits defeat, I'll release him. Ling Xiao sneered, otherwise what you say doesn't count. What that so-called Linglong Envoy says doesn't count either. No matter how powerful the Linglong Palace was, they couldn't invade the White Tiger continent on a large scale due to the restrictions of the laws. If they only sent the Linglong Envoy over, they wouldn't be able to unleash their full potential. What was he afraid of? Back when he was in the Divine Phoenix continent, he had also faced the threat of many experts from the White Tiger continent, but he had still managed to survive. There was really nothing to fear. In any case, it was impossible for him to let Xiao Budian go today. Linglong Messenger was furious. Just as he was about to attack, a woman appeared in front of him. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. It was Zhu Tianming. She looked at Linglong Emissary and said, Your Linglong Palace can behave atrociously in the Black Tortoise Continent, but in the White Tiger Continent, it is the territory of my Nine-Heaven Palace. If you want to die, you can do it directly. If Ling Xiao had broken the rules, I naturally wouldn't have protected him. But since you're the one breaking the rules, don't blame me for being impolite. No matter how many people from Linglong Palace come, I will kill them all. I am not a good-for-nothing like Xian Ming. No matter how many came, he would kill them all. It was really domineering. Was this the personality of the Nine Heavens Palace Lord? Compared to this woman, Xian Ming was too cowardly, which made people speechless. The crowd discussed animatedly. Obviously, they were disappointed in Xian Ming and the Black Tortoise Temple. Daoist Ime, will also say something fair here today. The White Tiger Continent is not Linglong Palace's White Tiger Continent. You are the overlords of the Black Tortoise Continent. But don't forget that a strong dragon can't suppress a local snake. Even if we are not as strong as you, we will not be slaughtered by you. The Zhengyi School's leader was really a smart person. He was much better than Xian Ming. He knew how to use the current situation to promote himself. His words instantly raised his and the Zhengyi School's image by a lot. Although the Tianhai Empire has a grudge against Ling Xiao, we will take revenge. We will not allow outsiders to interfere. The Tianhai king also stood up. It was obvious that he wanted to pick a side. The White Tiger Empire is willing to stand with the Nine Heavens Palace against a common enemy. The Tiger King also roared. That's right. The White Tiger gathering needs justice. Outsiders are not allowed to interfere. My Sky Wolf sect also supports the Nine Heavens Palace. The Sky Wolf sect's leader also stood up. The Silver Fox Empire also supports the Nine Heavens Palace. The Queen of Green Hill also said, obviously, no one was willing to hand over their power so easily. The Black Tortoise Divine Temple was powerful, but they were too cowardly in front of the exquisite envoy. Following such a boss, how could they have a future? On the contrary, The palace lord of the Nine Heavens Palace, Jiu Meng, displayed a rare domineering aura. Following such a person, the White Tiger Continent would have a chance of defeating the Black Tortoise Continent in the future. Internal strife was one thing, but when it came to outsiders, the forces of the White Tiger Continent were still relatively united. Xian Ming's expression turned ugly. At this moment, he hated Ling Xiao to the core. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, none of this would have happened. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have been looked down upon by so many people. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, he would still be the respected sect lord of the Black Tortoise Divine Temple. That damned brat, a dignified rebirth realm expert, the dignified, exquisite envoy of the exquisite palace, was threatened. She was furious, but at this moment, she had no other choice. Facing these people, a trace of panic even appeared on her originally calm face. She knew that she had failed today. A complete failure. Exquisite envoy, you can leave. Xian Ming sighed and said, after the White Tiger Tempest meet, I will personally go to the Black Tortoise Continent to apologize. Clearly, he wanted to let Ling Long Messenger go. Of course, Jiu Tianmeng had no intention of attacking. Exquisite envoy's cultivation was very strong. It wouldn't be easy to kill her. Moreover, once she was killed, she would become the enemy of the exquisite palace. It wouldn't be like now, where there was still room for mediation. Humph, I won't leave. I want to see what kind of justice your White Tiger Tempest meet will bring. Exquisite envoy was also a prideful person. Although she was afraid, she still felt that she couldn't leave. If she left now, the exquisite palace's face would be thrown away. Even if she returned in the future, she would be punished. Ling Xiao didn't care if she left or not. Instead, he looked at Xiao Budian in his hand and said coldly, back at the sacred dynasty's deity island, since you were lucky enough to escape, you should have concealed your identity and become the 100 Insects Demon King instead of killing me. When you were plotting against me, did you think that today's situation would happen? When you ambushed me, did you think that today's tragedy would happen? Xiao Budian's face was malevolent, but he couldn't say anything. Because he was controlled by Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao wouldn't let him surrender. Once he surrendered, he couldn't kill him. After all, Ling Xiao was a person who abided by the rules. The 100 Insects Demon King was vexed. He really didn't expect this. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that the weak ant from back then would grow so fast. Chapter 1971. Countless people were watching the scene of Ling Xiao crushing Xiao Budian. Their fear of Ling Xiao had clearly become even stronger. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to raise his cultivation to the 16th level of the Yinyang realm and crush Xiao Budian so easily. If there was anyone who didn't care, it would be 4 people: Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny Lei Lai, and Mu Wanshuang. The rest of the participants looked at Ling Xiao, their expressions turning grave. This guy must still be hiding his strength. Wine Demon Sword sighed. The Liquor Demon Sword sighed. Old Hong, it seems that you and I still can't see through this child. Hong Chi smiled wryly. That's right. It's too shocking. No wonder he's the descendant of those two. Many people in the crowd were even more surprised than them. Until now, there was not even a drop of sweat on Ling Xiao's forehead. What did that mean? It meant that he could handle Xiao Budian with ease and didn't use up much stamina or internal energy. That's impossible. How did this guy become so strong? Have I been wrong all this time? The 100 Insects Demon King had confidently challenged Ling Xiao to a duel because he saw that Ling Xiao wasn't strong enough yet. But now he was in complete chaos. Terrified, he couldn't even open his mouth to admit defeat. Just what did this guy get from the Black Tortoise Temple? Could it be that the old bastard actually passed on all his skills to this guy? Xian Ming looked at Ling Xiao, his heart filled with shock. Besides that, he couldn't think of any other possibilities. But how could an yin-yang realm cultivator tolerate the internal energy of a rebirth realm cultivator? That wasn't realistic. Crazy. Too crazy. He couldn't figure it out at all. Originally, Xian Ming thought that everything was under his control. But now, it seemed that everything was out of his control. This made him very nervous and angry. Ling Zhao's hand continued to exert strength until Xiao Budian's body was compressed into a ball. You should understand now, right? In front of me, you're the true ant. The reason why I fought with you for so long wasn't because I couldn't kill you, but because I wanted to use you to practice my fist technique. It's a pity that you're still too weak as a sparring partner. You can't make me use the new things I've learned. Sparring partner? That guy actually said that he was only using the little guy as a sparring partner. The level of this sparring partner was too high. This was someone ranked in the top 6 of the 13 top geniuses. Lastly, let me tell you something. I won't kill you. I will only extract your soul and use it to cultivate my 9-devil divine art. You wanted my body, so now that your soul is being used by me, I wonder what you think about it. When he said this, Ling Xiao saw the 100 Insects Demon King's ugly face reveal a look of fear and anger. That's right. Death filled with anger and fear should be the fate of this fellow. Crack! Finally, a clear and crisp sound rang out from the arena. Within the demonic claws, the little guy's body was completely crushed and burned by the flames. Not even the remains of his corpse were left behind. Only Ling Xiao knew that this fellow's soul had been imprisoned in the mountain river world. Soon, it would be trained into a part of the 9 demons' divine art. If I really wanted to kill you, 1 punch would be enough. After killing the little guy, Ling Xiao indifferently said this sentence. His voice was not loud, but it shocked the entire audience. If he had said this before, others would have thought that he was an ignorant and arrogant person who only knew how to boast. However, now that he said it, no one doubted the truth of his words. From the beginning to the end, Ling Xiao completely suppressed the little guy and finally crushed him to death. Thinking about it carefully, this process was really simple. It was as if he was bullying an enemy who was not on the same level as him. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in fear. What a terrifying fellow. What a mysterious brat. He really made people unable to figure him out. How many more surprises could this fellow bring to everyone? When Ling Long Messenger saw this scene, her eyes were filled with anger and cold-killing intent. Ling Xiao actually did not give her any face, did not give Ling Long Palace any face. In a situation where she did not leave, he actually cruelly killed the little guy in front of her. Not even the corpse was left behind. Not to mention the corpse. Even the clothes were completely burned. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at Ling Long Messenger. You better not hold a grudge against me because of a trash like this. Otherwise, Ling Long Palace will never have a peaceful day. After he finished speaking, he slowly returned to his seat and closed his eyes. He began to review the previous scenes of the battle. This sparring partner of the little guy was actually quite qualified. At the very least, it was of great help to his Red Sun sword art. He felt that his moves seemed to have improved again. Bastard, do you really think that you can challenge the entire Linglong Palace? Unless you hide in the White Tiger continent for the rest of your life, you will be killed the moment you step into the Black Tortoise continent. Ling Long Messenger was really furious. Not only was Ling Xiao not intimidated by her threats, he was threatening her instead. I definitely have to go to the Black Tortoise continent. After all, that's the only way to reach Heaven's Chosen. If Linglong Palace insists on going their own way, then just wait. Ling Xiao did not open his eyes, but said a few words casually. Then he ignored Linglong messenger. Silence fell upon the scene. Everyone stared blankly at Ling Xiao. In the past, they thought that this Ling Xiao was just a frivolous youth. His strength could not match his arrogance and domineering aura. But now, most people's thoughts had changed. Ling Xiao had killed the little guys so easily, adding in the previous battles, it shouldn't be too much for him to be ranked in the top 5, right? The top 4 should be between Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, and Mu Wanshuang. With Ling Xiao's strength, he definitely has the qualifications to fight for 5th place. That's right, to be able to kill the 6th-ranked Xiao Budian. Even if he's not 5th, he should be 6th. We've really underestimated this martial artist from the Tianlong continent. His strength doesn't lose out to those top geniuses. In the eyes of the crowd, as long as Ling Xiao could defeat the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman and drunken Linglong, then there was no doubt that he'd be ranked in the top 5. This guy is really an accident. I thought he was just a piece of trash who was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. I never expected him to be even stronger on the outside. Perhaps even Ling Xiao's friends didn't expect Ling Xiao to fight for the top 5. They had originally thought that it would be enough if they could help Ling Xiao enter the top 10. But accidents weren't all bad things. For the spectators who didn't care, the more unexpected a dark horse appeared, the happier they were. Chapter 1972. With Xiao Budian's death, the number of people increased from 18 to 17. However, for the sake of fairness, the martial artists who were ranked in front of Xiao Budian were given an additional 3 points. Everyone could understand that logic. Those who were ranked in front of Xiao Budian had a chance of defeating him. Now that Xiao Budian was killed by Ling Xiao, they had no opponent. Naturally, it was unfair, so it was normal for them to get an additional 3 points. I'm not convinced. Qingqiu Lihua said. Although she was ranked behind Xiao Budian, she believed that she could defeat Xiao Budian. If you want an additional 3 points, it's simple. You just have to defeat any martial artist who is ranked in front of Xiao Budian. That way, you'll get an additional 3 points, and that person will lose 3 points. Lawless said, such an arrangement was very reasonable, and no one objected. In the following battles, the top 8 were all victorious, and Qingqiu Lihua got a bye. Getting a bye in the ranking battle was considered a victory. After all, it was considered a victory if others didn't choose you. However, Qingqiu Lihua wasn't too happy about that. She wanted to defeat the top 8 martial artists. No matter who it was, as long as she defeated them, she would get an additional 3 points. Now that there were no battles to be fought, she was naturally annoyed. There were no surprises in the 5th round. The top 8 were all victorious, and Qingqiu Lihua got a bye again. The 6th round was almost the same as the 5th round. It was just that the opponent was changed. In the 7th round, the situation finally started to change because the martial artists who could be chosen to give away their points had all been chosen. In this round, Ling Xiao chose the Heavenly Wolf young master. He was probably the weakest among the 13 top geniuses. With just one punch, Ling Xiao proved his strength. He had no enmity with the Heavenly Wolf young master, so he didn't tangle with him too much. He knocked him out of the ring and declared his victory. Long Chun was in trouble in this round. He could only choose Qingqiu Lihua or the top 8 martial artists. Although he tried very hard, he still lost to Qingqiu Lihua because of the huge difference in cultivation. However, Long Chun didn't work for nothing. Like Sun Lingchan, he also injured Qingqiu Lihua before admitting defeat. Qingqiu Lihua actually wanted to kill him, but it was useless. Long Chen's defense was too strong. If it wasn't for the fact that the difference in cultivation was too great, he might really be able to grind the green hilly fire to death. At the end of this round, there were only 7 people left with a perfect record. Feng Fei, Tianhai tyranny, and Lei Lai weren't surprised. Zui Linglong was also one of the 13 top geniuses, so it was not surprising that she was also one of them. The most surprising ones were the 3 dark horses, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, and Mu Wanshuang. From the very beginning, he had been unlucky all the way to the 7th round. In the 8th round, Ling Xiao finally faced Qingqiu Lihua. Everyone knew very well that if Ling Xiao could defeat Qingqiu Lihua in this battle, then he would definitely be ranked in the top 6. Now that he thought about it carefully, when he had just arrived at the Myriad Lightning Extreme Ground, the 13 top geniuses of the White Tiger Empire were extremely dazzling. In the end, a few of them were killed by Ling Xiao and 2 were killed by Mu Wanshuang. Now, only a few of them were left in the Challenger ranking tournament. There were only 7 people left. Amongst these 7 people, the Heavenly Wolf Young Master and the Silver Wolf Princess had no chance of competing for the top 6 positions. The 3 dark horses were challenging the original hegemony. This was a pretty good show. Now, that Ling Xiao was up against Qingqiu Lihua. If he could win, then he could not only take revenge for losing his chance to enter the competition, but also secure a spot in the top 6. Thus, he had to win this battle. Qingqiu Lihua was no exception. She had stolen Ling Xiao's chance to enter the competition, so she feared losing to Ling Xiao. Then she'd be worse than trash. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I'll definitely show you what it means to be defeated and humiliated. Ling Xiao stood on the stage and crooked his finger at Qingqiu Lihua as he spoke coldly. He wanted to beat this woman until she couldn't fight anymore. Then she'd become a point-giving machine from head to toe. For a genius like him, this was hard to accept. But the harder it was to accept, the more Ling Xiao wanted to do it. He couldn't let his opponent have an easy time. Qingqiu Lihua slowly stood up and looked at Ling Xiao cautiously. Even though she was very confident, Ling Xiao already displayed a rather terrifying strength in that battle when he defeated Xiao Badian. She had to be more cautious, because once she lost, even if she didn't die, she probably wouldn't have the chance to fight again. It was impossible for Ling Xiao, this guy, to give her a chance. She absolutely couldn't underestimate the enemy. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a loss in exchange, but an even heavier blow. She finally jumped onto the stage. The Qingqiu Silver Fox bloodline instantly erupted. Behind her, 9 long tails dragged behind her. There was even a terrifying Heavenly Fox demonic fire burning behind her. She did not have a martial soul, but she had the Silver Fox bloodline and Heavenly Fox demonic fire. This was enough. Moreover, she even possessed a pair of eyes of enchantment that could charm all men in the world. She did not believe that a man like Ling Xiao could resist her. Draw your sword. I want to see just how powerful your sword art, Ling Xiao, is. Qingqiu Lihua stared at Ling Xiao. She did not even dare to blink. That was because she had already stepped onto the stage. Perhaps she would lose her life in the blink of an eye. Sword art? There's no need for that. Aren't you good at fire attacks? The moves that you're best at are all fire-based. In that case, I'll defeat you with fire. Ling Xiao wanted to defeat his opponent with the fighting style that his opponent was most proud of. He wanted to give Qingqiu Lihua the greatest blow. Hee, you're simply courting death. Qingqiu Lihua sneered. If you use a sword, you might have a chance to defeat me. Using fire, you won't stand a chance. It seems like you're very confident in yourself. However, don't you think it's foolish to give up on what you're good at and use an attack that you're not good at? Unfortunately, sword art has always been my favorite attacking style. However, it's not my strongest attacking style. Ling Xiao smiled. The shadow of the immemorial golden crow appeared behind him. A blazing light was released from his body. Terrifying flames surged up. It's actually the true Samadhi fire. Qing Qiulihua's face instantly turned ugly. The true Samadhi fire was a divine fire, while her celestial fox demon fire was merely an immortal fire. Naturally, the immortal fire had no chance of winning against the divine fire. Fortunately, she still had the silver fox bloodline. Together with the celestial fox demon fire, it was enough to let the demon fire unleash the power of the divine fire. Otherwise, it would be really ugly today. This guy. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Powerful defense, terrifying swordsmanship, and now such a terrifying flame. Was there anything this guy didn't know? If they knew that those were not all that Ling Xiao had, they would probably be even more surprised. Very well, flame against flame. It's very fair. Let me see if your true Samadhi fire is real. Chapter 1973. The flames rose, and the entire arena became extremely hot. Suddenly, the demon fox opened her mouth, and a blood-red fireball flew towards Ling Xiao at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. Huff! The air was instantly filled with an unpleasant smell of burnt flesh. Good timing. Ling Xiao smiled coldly and released a red sun all. However, this red sun all was surrounded by the terrifying true Samadhi fire. Boom! The red sun all and the fireball collided in the void of the arena, and a terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire Thunder City. This attack was actually evenly matched. Seems like it should be the real, true Samadhi fire. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to be evenly matched with the Silver Fox bloodline and the Sky Fox demon fire. This Ling Xiao is really surprising. Many people even stood up excitedly because this battle was really exciting. It was so exciting that they did not even want to blink. Seeing that her attack had failed, Green Hill Leaf Fire was already prepared for the second move. Above her head, a strange ring appeared. As the ring spat out, countless flames turned into sharp arrows and shot towards Ling Xiao. They were densely packed and destroyed everything in their path. True Samadhi fire, fire dragon burning the sky. Ling Xiao retreated and then moved forward again. Both of his hands pushed out, and a terrifying fire dragon formed by the true Samadhi fire roared and charged towards the countless flame arrows. Devour! 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 The terrifying fire dragon devoured all the flame arrows. In the end, both of them perished in the sky. It seemed to be a draw again. However, those with eyes could see that Ling Xiao was clearly playing with Green Hill Leaf Fire. His attack seemed to be as strong as Green Hill Leaf Fire's attack. Kill! Seeing that her attack was fruitless, Green Hill Leaf Fire became extremely furious. Her roar, that had almost changed its tone, was completely devoid of the demure demeanor of a lady. It was more like a ferocious beast. At that moment, the flames burned the sky, and endless Sky Fox demon fire was released from the 9 tails of the 9-tailed demon fox, covering the entire arena. The flames rolled and turned into fire foxes, pouncing towards Ling Xiao one by one. This was the world of demonic flames, the world of raging flames. He believed that anyone who was touched by this demonic fire would be instantly turned into ashes. Demonic flame domain. Domain was the specialty of Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. Many martial artists would abandon it after reaching the Yin Yang realm. However, some people inherited it and made the power of their domains stronger and stronger. The Green Hill Leaf Fire's demonic flame domain was just like that. The terrifying flames did not only burn, they also contained the Green Hill Leaf Fire's powerful battle intent. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if countless flaming foxes had surrounded him, and there was no end to them. The combination of the domain and the battle intent was truly a frightening existence. Although everyone had battle intent, there were very few people who could truly convert it into battle strength. This had nothing to do with one's cultivation. It was purely related to one's perception and soul force. And obviously, the green hilly fire had done it. Those firefoxes represented the battle intent of the green hilly fire, the will of the heavenly fox demonic flame. In terms of flames, Ling Xiao, will not lose to you, burning heaven. The Tai Chi eye rotated, and a huge eye appeared above Ling Xiao's head. Then, the true Samadhi fire filled the entire arena, turning into a terrifying fire dragon. The terrifying fire dragon roared and charged towards the firefoxes, wanting to fight for the king of the flames. This was the secret technique of soul adjudication, which was infused with Ling Xiao's destructive battle intent. The battle intent exploded, and the true Samadhi fire wanted to destroy and annihilate everything. Coupled with the power of the divine fire, it was truly terrifying. This guy's soul force is so powerful. Coupled with the divine fire, it's simply enviable. Why did he still cultivate sword techniques? I can't understand. The green hilly fire watched all this with jealousy. It was unknown whether it was jealousy of Ling Xiao's omnipotence or the fact that Ling Xiao had so many treasures. The divine fire versus the demonic flame. The fire dragon versus the fire foxes. The ultimate collision between the two fighting intense set-off wave after wave of flame frenzied tides on the arena. A moment later, the demonic flame domain was completely shattered, and the battle intent was repelled. If that's all you've got, then this battle should be over. What a waste! The Black Tortoise Temple actually gave the first trial ground to you. What a joke! After saying that, Ling Xiao's figure flickered. His fists were wrapped in the true Samadhi fire, and he charged towards the green hilly fire. If the other party didn't have any other abilities, then this battle would end here. Previously, he had defeated the green hilly fire's attacks step by step. Now he was going to start his plan of torturing the other party to make the green hilly fire lose all of its fighting strength. The green hilly fire roared towards the sky, and at the same time, her figure accelerated. She didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's true Samadhi fire because she could feel that the flame was too terrifying. It wasn't something that her demonic fox fire could compare to. Can you dodge it? Godly light travel. In an instant, Ling Xiao appeared beside the nine-tailed demonic fox, and his terrifying fists punched out. Even though the green hilly fire put up a defense at the first moment, it was useless. The huge body of the demonic fox was sent flying. The demonic fox let out a miserable shriek, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt fur. Defeated, the green hilly fire is probably going to fall out of the ring. When everyone saw this scene, they had the same thought. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the path of the nine-tailed demonic fox, and suddenly kicked out, bringing along the same terrifying flame. Boom! The body of the nine-tailed demonic fox was hit again. She, who was about to fall out of the ring, let out a miserable shriek and fell to the center of the ring. Want to end the battle? So easily? How was that possible? Although Ling Xiao didn't intend to kill the green hilly fire, he wanted everyone to understand that there was a heavy price to pay for snatching his trial opportunity. Eye of Charm. The nine-tailed demonic fox, who fell out of the ring, instantly returned to the appearance of the green hilly fire, and two strange lights shot out from her eyes. At that moment, the entire world seemed to have turned pink. Many of the weaker cultivators near the martial stage, whose soul force wasn't strong enough, had their eyes turn into heart shapes in an instant. They even revealed lecherous smiles, as if they had been completely captivated by this bewitching gaze. At that moment, Ling Xiao, who bore the brunt of the attack, stopped attacking. His entire body's movements became stiff, and even the true Samadhi fire seemed to be extinguished. Eye of Charm, bewitching and treacherous. It could charm everything, including the flame. Even the divine fire seemed to be unable to escape from its control. True Samadhi fire, help me burn him to death. Green Hill Leaf Fire fell to the ground, obviously suffering from heavy injuries. However, at that moment, a victorious smile appeared on her face. Once the true Samadhi fire was charmed by the eye of charm, Ling Xiao would be completely defeated, because Ling Xiao seemed to have been affected by the eye of charm. Although it wasn't to the extent of losing his rationality completely, it was just a little bit of loss. Chapter 1974. What a powerful ocular skill. It can actually charm the divine fire. That's amazing. At that moment, Ling Xiao's voice caused the smile on Qingqiu Li Hua's face to stiffen instantly. That's impossible. Even if you're not charmed by me, you'll definitely be affected. Qingqiu Li Hua exclaimed. What a foolish person. I'm not even afraid of the divine light of destiny. Why would I be afraid of your eye of charm? Next, let me show you what a real ocular skill is. Ling Xiao's lips curled into a sneer. The three-leaf demonic eye in his right eye opened. The cold, eerie, and suffocating demonic light flickered and collided with Qingqiu Li Hua's gaze in the void. Seeing Ling Xiao's three-leaf demonic eye, Qingqiu Li Hua was so frightened that she quickly closed her eyes. The terrifying demonic light made her feel extremely threatened. She had ocular skills herself, so she knew very well how terrifying her opponent's ocular skill was. Do you think you can avoid it just by closing your eyes? Three-leaf demonic eye, soul catcher. The demonic light in Ling Xiao's right eye was even more terrifying. Powerful soul power fused into the demonic light and was instantly injected into Qingqiu Li Hua's body. No. At that moment, Qingqiu Li Hua let out a hysterical scream. That was because she knew very well what would happen next once she was controlled by the demonic eye. She would not be able to admit defeat. She would not be able to jump out of the ring. She would even have to do whatever her opponent asked her to do. She didn't know how evil and terrifying Ling Xiao was, but in the moment before she was controlled, she really felt an incomparable sense of fear. She saw her tragic future. Kneel. Ling Xiao's voice rang in the ring. The spectators outside the ring were a little stunned because although they saw the slight change in Ling Xiao's eyes, they could not feel the power of the demonic light. They did not know that Qingqiu Li Hua was controlled by Ling Xiao at that moment, so they did not understand why Ling Xiao would suddenly say that. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. That Qingqiu Li Hua is one of the 13 top geniuses, after all. How could he possibly kneel before him? This is too laughable. That's right. Ling Xiao can kill her, but he can't make her kneel. However, as soon as these two people finished speaking, they were slapped in the face. They stared at the ring with their mouths agape. Qingqiu Li Hua knelt on the ground and faced Ling Xiao sincerely, without the slightest arrogance or fighting spirit. Tell me who you are. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Hearing this, the first to react was the magic cube venerable. He let out a furious roar and unleashed terrifying might, intending to awaken the green hill leaf fire from the demonic eye's control. However, his roar was stopped midway by Taoist One Eyebrows. What are you doing? Taoist One Brow didn't give Venerable Magic Cube any face at all. He directly struck out with his palm. As a rebirth realm warrior, he had actually managed to heavily injure Venerable Magic Cube with a single strike. I've said that no one is allowed to break the rules of the White Tiger meat. Are you from the Black Tortoise Divine Temple challenging my patience? If you dare to do this again, I'll kill you without mercy. Venerable Magic Cube Venerable's eyes were filled with helplessness and frustration. If he had known that this would happen, he would have killed Ling Xiao earlier. He shouldn't have left this fellow alive. Fairy Qingqiu and I are spies sent to the Silver Fox Empire by the Black Tortoise Divine Temple. On the surface, we're the Queen of Qingqiu's disciples, but in reality, we're just collecting information for the Black Tortoise Divine Temple and preparing their plan to unify the White Tiger Continent. Qingqiu Lihua's words caused a huge uproar. The Queen of Qingqiu was naturally the most shocked. She had always treated the two of them as her own daughters and treated them with utmost care and concern. She didn't even hesitate to come here personally to avenge Fairy Qingqiu. However, reality slapped her hard in the face. The two disciples that she had always doted on were actually spies. No, this is impossible. Kid, what kind of sorcery did you use? The Queen of Qingqiu couldn't believe this reality. She felt that Ling Xiao was purposely messing with her mind. Sorcery? You're the Queen of the Silver Fox Empire. It shouldn't be difficult for you to investigate it yourself. I'm sure you know better than I do what the two of them did in the Silver Fox Empire. Ling Xiao sneered. From what I know, the Black Tortoise Divine Temple has spies in all 5 factions. I'm not sure who exactly they are, and I'm guessing that Qingqiu Lihua doesn't know either. However, I believe that everyone here is smart. You'll know after a little investigation. Kid, stop trying to mislead us with your lies. The Tianhai king roared furiously, because no emperor would want to be played like a fool. That would be too embarrassing. Even if there were spies, they wouldn't admit it. At most, they would get rid of them secretly. Mislead us with lies. Why do you think the venerable of the magic cube attacked me? Ling Xiao sneered. Tianhai king, I'm afraid that your daughter-in-law, the crown princess, is one of the spies. Of course, I'm just guessing. You can find out whether it's true or not. Ha 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 ha, young man, you're really amazing. I really have to look at you in a different light. Taoist Ime suddenly laughed and said, in fact, I've already found out the spies in the Genie school. However, God has the virtue of cherishing life and has always hoped that they would repent. These 3 people are the 100-eyed demon Lord Wulong, the 5th son, and the 6th son. He actually admitted that there were spies in the Genie school. It seemed that he really intended to completely cut off all ties with the Black Tortoise Divine Temple today. No wonder Taoist Ime doesn't hate Ling Xiao. The person who was killed by Ling Xiao was actually a spy. The crowd suddenly came to a realization. They thought that Taoist Ime didn't want to offend Ling Xiao, but in the end, not only did Ling Xiao not harm the Genie school, he even helped them. This was interesting. I only found out about the spies by chance. You can investigate the specifics yourselves. I'm too lazy to care. Now, Qingqiu Lihua, you can destroy your own cultivation. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at Qingqiu Lihua. After successfully sowing discord between the 5 factions and the Black Tortoise Divine Temple, it was time for him to end his own battle. Yes, Qingqiu Lihua suddenly held miserably before collapsing limply onto the stage. He didn't die, but his cultivation was destroyed. Naturally, he couldn't participate in the following battles. This meant that all the participants who hadn't challenged her yet had gotten 3 points in vain. But Ling Xiao didn't care. Although Qingqiu Lihua was powerful, he couldn't be a match for Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, Mu Wanchuang, or even Zui Linglong. Although Zui Linglong and Qingqiu Lihua had fought to a draw, it was obvious that Zui Linglong hadn't revealed her full strength. Instead, it was his friends who benefited. So far, Ling Xiao had not only won 3 points and won all 8 battles, but also dragged the Black Tortoise Divine Temple into the abyss. No matter how strong the Black Tortoise Divine Temple was, it had no chance of winning against 5 factions at the same time. Chapter 1975. If they could defeat the 5 powers so easily, Black Tortoise Temple would have done so long ago instead of sending spies. Moreover, the five powers now had a new ally, Nine Heavens Palace, which put Black Tortoise Temple in an even more passive position. Xian Ming stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with rage and hatred, as well as a trace of fear. Of course, this fear wasn't because of his strength, but Ling Xiao's frightening intelligence. Too cunning. As long as this brat didn't die, their Black Tortoise Temple and Deep Earth sect would never have good days ahead. Just wait. I'll kill you sooner or later. No matter who I offend, as long as I have the chance, I won't let you off. Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, Mu Wanshuang, Zui Linglong. Next up should be Ling Xiao. This is too unexpected. This dark horse will probably stay in the dark with Mu Wanshuang until the end. Long Chun and Cold Plum, on the other hand, should be showing signs of fatigue. They won't be able to fight against the six of them. Martial artists with good eyesight could already see the top six candidates, but it was hard to predict the exact order of the top six. The key was the appearance of Mu Wanshuang and Ling Xiao, two dark horses. No one knew how strong they were, so there was no way to make a judgment. Who knows who that Ling Xiao is? Finally, someone raised such a question. Although a few people knew that Ling Xiao was His Majesty the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Dynasty. But this was something that most people didn't know. Among the spectating cultivators, most of them had only heard of Ling Xiao's name until now. They didn't know anything else. The people around him were unable to answer his question. How laughable! This person's already killed his way into the top six, but we still don't know his identity. That was the case here, but the situation was completely different in the distant Dragon Phoenix continent. Over there, a grand celebration was being held under Emperor Wu Xiang's command. The curtains were about to open. Even if Ling Xiao stopped here, as long as he didn't die, he would still become one of the top six geniuses of the White Tiger meat. How many years had it been? No matter if it was the Heavenly Dragon continent or the Divine Phoenix continent, such a scene had never occurred before. But Ling Xiao did it. Father, I also want to cultivate well and strive to surpass all my peers like His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor. A little boy holding a wooden sword said excitedly to his father, "Ha ha! His Majesty the Sky Emperor is a heaven-sent genius. Only one can be born every few 100,000 years. You can't compare to him. But little guy, you also have to work hard. Strive to become a little genius and win glory for the country." The father patted the little boy's head lovingly and said with a smile, "Yes, Father, I understand." The same scene was happening everywhere in the Dragon Phoenix continent. The only difference was whether it was a girl or a boy. Ling Xiao's performance was broadcasted to the entire Dragon Phoenix continent through the Law Pagoda. It was truly inspiring to the people of the Celestial Empire. Although Ling Xiao rarely showed himself, he was definitely the spiritual symbol of the entire Celestial Empire. However far he could go, the Heavenly Dynasty Empire would be able to go. Tianfeng City, Tianlong Continent. This place had already become the Ling family's territory. It was a territory bestowed by the Celestial Empire's His Majesty Ling Xiao. Ling Wuhen sat on the patriarch's seat and looked at the densely packed Ling family members. Then he said solemnly, "You all heard what that so-called Linglong envoy said just now, right?" The audience was silent. "It's good that you all heard it, but I want to tell you all that no matter when, no matter where, His Majesty the Sky Emperor, Ling Xiao, is our Ling family's only backer. He is also our Ling family's only patriarch. Even I am only a proxy. In the future, when you go outside, no matter what you hear or see, as long as you have this belief in your heart, it will be fine. Our Ling family being able to have today's prosperity and being bestowed Tianfeng City is all thanks to His Majesty the Sky Emperor. Whoever dares to doubt him is a traitor of the Ling family. Did you all hear that?" Heard that? It's not loud enough. Heard that? A thunderous sound rang out in the newly built courtyard of the Ling family and soared into the sky. Good, that's right. Then, let's continue to watch the white tiger meet. The one on the stage was once a little guy who knew nothing. When he was 15 years old, he was only at the first level of the martial vein realm. Now, he is not even 18 years old, but he has already stepped onto such a stage. When you see him, think about what you should do in the future. Yes. The square quieted down again. Ling Wuhen turned around and returned to the main hall. Patriarch, Ling Xiao is really too strong. Back then, when the two of us cultivated here together, I'm only at the pitiful grotto heaven realm. He's already at the 16th level of Yin Yang realm. The gap is too big. The one who spoke was Ling Yihang. He used to be one of Ling Xiao's two best friends in the Ling family. This is talent. I really can't help it. But no matter how strong he is, you two are still friends, right? Ling Wuhen said with a smile. That's true. 2 days ago, this guy asked someone to bring me a set of top gold grade martial arts that is most suitable for Grotto Heaven realm martial artists to cultivate. He also gave me a lot of cultivation pills. I have to hurry up. Although I may not be able to catch up with him in my life, I can't let him down. Ling Yihang gritted his teeth and said, Patriarch, don't blame me. Our Ling family can be what it is today because of his help. This person is really good to his friends. That's right. Now, our Ling family is the most respected in the entire Dragon Phoenix continent. Even those big forces don't dare to look down on us. Moreover, there are more and more talents. It's all because of him. Ling Wuhen also sighed with emotion. People couldn't be heartless. Ling Xiao had brought them so many benefits. How could they betray Ling Xiao? When the Ling family was in great danger, they didn't betray them. Instead, they fought side by side with Ling Xiao. Now, it was even more impossible. All right, let's continue watching the competition. Next should be that Cold Plum's turn. She's the girl whom Ling Xiao got to know in Sky Cloud City. I've not expected her to become so strong. Ling Wuhen smiled as his gaze shot towards the huge crystal screen. The signal released by the Tower of Laws could be directly absorbed by this screen. The current Dragon Phoenix continent had already gradually accepted this technology, which was brought over by Heavenly Dragon Trading Company from Shinji continent. For the next battle, Cold Plum chose Heavenly Wolf Young Master. Those previous opponents basically didn't really display Cold Plum's battle power. This time she chose Heavenly Wolf Young Master, probably to prove herself. Anyway, there was no way to avoid it. Sooner or later, there would be a battle, so avoiding it was meaningless. Moreover, in this round, she had no way to avoid it. Moreover, to keep up with Ling Xiao's pace, it was impossible to keep avoiding these strong practitioners. Chapter 1976. The Heavenly Wolf Prince wasn't surprised by Cold Plum's challenge, but he was somewhat angry. Although his battle results weren't great, he was still one of the 13 top geniuses. Although he had lost to Ling Xiao, he didn't believe that a servant girl of Ling Xiao could defeat him. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf Young Master had almost recovered from his injuries. He stepped onto the stage and let out a long howl towards the sky, like the angry howl of a wolf. It was to vent his dissatisfaction and to express his determination and fighting spirit. Are you and that Ling Xiao a couple or a master and servant relationship? The Heavenly Wolf Prince looked at Cold Plum and asked an inexplicable question. Master and servant? Cold Plum actually hesitated for a moment. It was obvious that she hoped that she and Ling Xiao were a couple, but after hesitating for a moment, she still made a safer choice. She didn't want to force Ling Xiao. She knew that Ling Xiao was in love with the Moon Maiden. If she really forced him, they might not even be friends. What a pity! The Heavenly Wolf Prince shook his head and revealed a regretful expression. What do you mean? Cold Plum stared at the Heavenly Wolf Prince and asked. She didn't understand. Regardless of whether she and Ling Xiao were a master and servant or a couple, it didn't seem to affect the outcome of this battle, right? If you were his girlfriend, he would be more hurt if I defeated you. The Heavenly Wolf Prince sighed. He had already lost to Ling Xiao, so it was impossible for him to meet Ling Xiao again. Defeating Cold Plum and taking revenge on Ling Xiao wasn't a problem for him. He was a spy of the Black Tortoise Divine Temple in the Yulang Empire. Because of Ling Xiao, his identity might be exposed. How could this give him a headache? To be honest, he even had the intention to kill Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, he wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. Thus, this grudge was naturally transferred to Cold Plum. The audience obviously didn't know what the Heavenly Wolf Prince was thinking. They only thought that the Heavenly Wolf Prince was venting his anger on Cold Plum after being defeated by Ling Xiao. To be honest, although people already had a high opinion of Ling Xiao, they still maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards Cold Plum. After all, up until now, Lang Mei had not displayed a strength that could completely put people at ease. She was not as domineering as Ling Xiao, who could destroy everything in his path and even cripple the cultivation of the Green Hill Li Hua. The Heavenly Wolf, young master, had used his bloodline power from the very beginning. As he howled into the sky, his body rapidly changed. He didn't become bigger. Instead, he became a half-wolf. His body's as ants, a wolf's, as TSS Wolf Prince, est, S's wolf's des wolf, wolf, SSSSS, his powerfuls made countless martial artists tremble. His icy cold, Wolf's eyes stared fixedly at Cold Plum. I want to tell you that the Full Moon Empire's genius martial artists are not to be humiliated. It's definitely not a coincidence that I'm ranked among the top 13 geniuses. This was his honors battle. It was no longer about the White Tiger Meat's ranking. To him, this battle could only be won. Defeat was not an option. What a powerful battle intent. It looks like Cold Plum is in trouble this time. Everyone muttered inwardly. The Heavenly Wolf Prince wanted to use his strength to prove that he was still a powerful martial artist who could rank among the top 6. He wasn't someone that anyone could humiliate. This was the White Tiger Meat's stage. It was a competition that was broadcasted live to the entire White Tiger continent and Dragon Phoenix continent. The Heavenly Wolf Prince didn't just represent himself. He also represented the entire Full Moon Empire. He definitely couldn't lose again. Ling Xiao, you should regret not crippling my cultivation. Your maidservant, Ling Xiao, will definitely lose this battle. It's a pity that she's not your girlfriend. Otherwise, you'd be even more heartbroken. The Heavenly Wolf Prince looked at Ling Xiao and said, Cold Plum isn't my maidservant. She's my Ling Xiao's confidant. She's one of my closest friends. If you defeat her, I'll naturally be very heartbroken. I might even be unable to restrain myself from killing you. Ling Xiao looked indifferently at the Heavenly Wolf Prince and said, Unfortunately, do you really have the ability to defeat her? Your battle intent has long been worn away by the continuous losses. Very good. It's good that you care about her. I'll let you witness that painful moment. You can rest assured that I won't kill her. I'll only humiliate her and make her lose. The Heavenly Wolf Prince was clearly excited. Ling Xiao's concern for Cold Plum was clearly not an act. This made him very satisfied. On the opposite side of the stage, Cold Plum's face was flushed red. She was clearly surprised by Ling Xiao's words. However, after hearing Ling Xiao's words, her battle intent clearly soared. It was for no other reason than Ling Xiao's trust and love for her. She definitely couldn't lose this battle. Come, Cold Plum. Today, I'll let you see what despair is with your own eyes. With that, the heavenly wolf prince howled at the sky again. A pair of enormous claws appeared in the sky. The claws were completely condensed from yin-yang energy and fused with the terrifying battle intent of the heavenly wolf prince. The wind and clouds stirred, and the sky changed color. It was as if the sky was going to be torn apart. Powerful yin-yang energy constantly spewed out from his body, rolling and roaring on the stage. The peak of the 18th level of the yin-yang realm. Only now did people realize that the heavenly wolf prince had actually achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation despite his continuous setbacks. Humans indeed had to endure hardships. Only through hardships could a person truly achieve a breakthrough. Cold Plum is really unlucky. Everyone shook their heads. The peak of the 18th level of the yin-yang realm was already comparable to Tiny Tot. Even Zue Linglong was only at this level of cultivation. How could Cold Plum have any chance of winning against such an enemy? As the heavenly wolf prince's opponent, Cold Plum could clearly feel the terrifying power of this powerful cultivation constantly oppressing her. It made her body tremble continuously. The strength of her opponent was truly beyond her imagination. However, Cold Plum was not afraid because of this. The trembling of her body soon stopped. Lung Mei's body floated in the void like a piece of black cloud. She had no foundation, but no one dared to ignore her. Ling Zhao's gaze did not change at all. The heavenly wolf prince's breakthrough was indeed out of his expectations. However, this kind of breakthrough was only a very small one. After all, the heavenly wolf prince's cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 18th level of the yin-yang realm. It was indeed impressive to break through from the early stage to the peak stage. Fortunately, it was not a major breakthrough. Cold Plum, how are you going to deal with this? Ling Xiao looked at Cold Plum. If he was the one standing there, he could easily defeat the heavenly wolf prince. However, Cold Plum was not him. She did not have his extreme control over her inner strength. This battle was not going to be easy. It was hard to predict the outcome. Chapter 1977. You're in the 10th trial ground, and I'm in the 2nd trial ground. Do you think I'm weaker than you? Cold Plum's voice seemed to be announcing the arrival of victory. She took a step forward, and a pair of black wings extended from her back. A terrifying energy surged out from her body. 2 strange short blades appeared in her hands. They were clearly not the weapons she used before, and they seemed to be condensed from origin energy. The short blades were only about a foot long, and they were like feathers. They were completely black and gave off a sinister glow. Of course, if that was all, perhaps the audience below the stage would not care too much. But the most important thing was that the moment she took out her weapons, Cold Plum's cultivation was completely displayed before everyone's eyes. The 17th level of the yin-yang realm. Could it be that her cultivation has stabilized? Previously, everyone knew that Cold Plum had benefited from the 10,000 Demons graveyard, but her cultivation was very unstable. Sometimes it was high, sometimes it was low. Sometimes it was only at the 14th level of the yin-yang realm, and sometimes it was at the 18th level of the yin-yang realm. Therefore, she was actually at a disadvantage during the battle. But now, her cultivation did not fluctuate at all, and it steadily stopped at the peak of the 17th level of the yin-yang realm. Although it was not as strong as the Heavenly Wolf Young Master, the aura she released was not inferior to the Heavenly Wolf Young Master at all. I'm not a burden to my master. If you want to make my master suffer by torturing me, then I'll have to disappoint you. Cold Plum's aura was filled with a sinister killing intent. She was really a little angry. If the Heavenly Wolf Young Master only wanted to defeat her, then it was understandable. But if he wanted to humiliate her master, Ling Xiao, by defeating her, then she would be very unhappy. It's not up to you whether I'm a burden or not." The heavenly wolf young master roared, and his body glowed with a strange red light. "Then let's see if you have the ability. I'll make you scram off the stage in one move." After Lung May finished speaking, her figure suddenly dashed out. Her black feathers fluttered, and at that moment, her speed was infinitely close to Ling Xiao. Even the heavenly wolf young master could not see her movements clearly. Kill! The heavenly wolf young master had no way out. Amidst the roar, a red light pierced through the air. At the same time, two gigantic wolf claws descended from the sky, slapping towards Cold Plum's afterimage. His attack was extremely powerful, but Cold Plum's movements were much lighter and did not even cause much elemental energy waves. Chi, the sound of something being torn apart, could be heard in the air. After that, everyone saw Cold Plum and Heavenly Wolf young master standing on both sides of the stage. On Cold Plum's cheek, there was a clear-cut cut by the wolf's claws. On the other side, the heavenly wolf young master directly landed on the stage. He was still muttering to himself, "Impossible! How could this be? She's just a servant girl. How can she be so strong?" To be honest, even Ling Xiao was shocked by this scene. He never thought that after awakening the power of the Black Feathermen, Cold Plum would be able to defeat the heavenly wolf young master so easily. One move. Just how much effort did this girl put in to catch up to him? Although she had the help of fate, Cold Plum was still trying too hard. Ling Xiao still had his own life, but Cold Plum's was cultivation and battle. How could someone like her not grow stronger? Well done. Ling Xiao stood up and applauded excitedly. This woman really can't be underestimated. Even if she can't make it into the top 6, she'll definitely make it into the top 8. The crowd stared in shock at the heavenly wolf young master sprawled on the ground, blood dripping from his wounds. If not for the wolf clan's thick skin and thick flesh, the heavenly wolf young master would have been hard-pressed to escape death. That strange, sharp weapon actually brushed past the heavenly wolf young master's neck and sliced through his shoulder muscles and bones. It was a hair-raising sight. This battle, Cold Plum wins. Next up, Feng Fei chose Green Hill Leaf Fire, whose cultivation had already been crippled by Ling Xiao. There was no need to fight. Tianhai Tyranny chose Drunken Exquisite. This was a direct battle between the top 6. Everyone thought that this battle would be spectacular, but the results were simple. Drunken Exquisite didn't even have a chance to attack. As soon as she stepped onto the stage, Tianhai Tyranny punched her out of the arena and injured her. By the time it was Lei Lai's turn, there were no weaklings left for him to choose from. He looked at the people he hadn't chosen yet before finally looking at Long Chen. "You'll be the one." Lei Lai had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Although he'd always wanted to break Ling Xiao's spirit, he was a cautious person. From the first round until this one, he'd only chosen weaker opponents. Now that there was no way to avoid him, he finally set his sights on Long Chen. That was because Long Chen was the weakest of the martial artists he could choose. At least, that was what he believed. Long Chen's expression was grave as he stepped onto the stage. He had only lost once so far, so he didn't want to give up so easily. Even if he couldn't defeat Lei Lai, he wanted to show Ling Xiao Lei Lai's special traits. That way, it'd be easier for Ling Xiao to choose Lei Lai next time. Boom. The moment Long Chen stepped onto the arena, a few bolts of lightning struck down from Lei Lai's body. His entire body was wrapped in the terrifying lightning. The heavenly lightning tiger, Lei Lai, lived up to his name. This Lei Lai is at least in the top 4. It's hard for Long Chen. Ling Xiao sighed. Although Long Chen's talent was outstanding and his progress was fast, there was no way he could catch up to someone like Lei Lai in such a short time. Against Lei Lai, he didn't have much of a chance of winning. If even he thought so, the audience didn't need to say anything. Almost everyone thought that Long Chun would lose without a doubt. Long Chun, if you can't beat him, just surrender. There's no need to fight to the death. Your future is still bright, so there's no need to be foolish. Ling Xiao sent a telepathic message to Long Chun. He was most afraid that Long Chun would get angry and refuse to admit defeat. Then, Lei Lai might really kill him. Although you didn't kill my two brothers, Lei Tun and Lei Mang, they died because of your brother, Ling Xiao. How do you think I should treat you? Lei Lai looked at Long Chun coldly and asked, "Whatever." Long Chun stood there and felt Lei Lai's terrifying aura. It was as if his body was being bombarded by countless bolts of lightning. Even speaking was strenuous. He changed from his human form to his half-dragon form. In the end, he directly entered his giant dragon form. He had no choice. His opponent was too strong, and the pressure was too great. If he didn't transform, he wouldn't even be qualified to fight. His entire body was trembling. After transforming into a dragon, he released his dragon aura, and the pressure was finally reduced. Although he was still so nervous that it was suffocating, at least he could move now. "Is that so? Then how about I kill you?" A cold killing intent appeared on Lei Lai's face. "Your brother Ling has also killed many people. If you die, blame him for offending too many people. White Tiger's Wrath. Kill." Chapter 1978. White Tiger's Fury Lightning. Kill. The terrifying tiger-shaped lightning bloomed in the sky, illuminating the darkening sky. Then it pounced towards Long Chun. The terrifying thunder and crazy fighting spirit seemed to want to completely destroy the entire arena. Everyone looked at this scene in horror, their bodies trembling violently. Too strong. This aura is much stronger than Ling Xiao's. Is this the strength of the top three? It's really shocking. At this moment, people realized that their judgment of Lei Lai was still too low. This Lei Lai was too strong. He was much stronger than any of the top geniuses Ling Xiao had defeated before. He was even more terrifying than Ling Xiao himself. Thunder roared in the sky. In the entire void, there was only thunder and lightning. Long Chun stood on the stage, unable to launch any attacks. He could only passively defend. Terrifying bolts of lightning bombarded the dragon's body one after another, emitting a charred smell each time. Roar! Long Chun was unwilling to lose like this. He raised his head to the sky and let out a dragon's roar, spitting out scalding dragon extinguish that filled the entire stage. No matter what, he didn't want to lose without even injuring Lei Lai. That would be too shameful. But sometimes the difference in strength wasn't something that could be changed by a single person's thoughts. No matter how unwilling Long Chun was, no matter how angry he was, right now, he really couldn't do anything against Lei Lai. The terrifying dragon extinguish couldn't even get close to Lei Lai. It was easily destroyed by the tiger-shaped lightning. Damn it! For the first time, Long Chun felt that he wasn't strong enough. He was truly vexed. However, what he didn't know was that he was already extremely lucky to be able to reach this step. After all, his opponent was Lei Lai, an existence on par with Feng Fei and Tianhai tyranny. Admit defeat immediately. Ling Xiao shouted. If Long Chun didn't admit defeat, he would be breaking the rules if he interfered. Only by admitting defeat would he be able to interfere. He won't have a chance to admit defeat. Lei Lai revealed a cold smile as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "I told him that once this battle begins, it will only end when he dies. You killed two of my brothers, so I will make your brothers pay with their lives. Die, beast." A sword suddenly appeared in Lei Lai's hand. This was the first time this fellow had used a sword in the arena. At this moment, people might have realized that he was actually good at swordsmanship. The sword will broke through the clouds. Then, the thunderclap sword in Lei Lai's hand pierced towards Long Chun with an unstoppable force. He wanted to kill Long Chun as soon as possible. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded from the arena. The violent vibrations blocked Lei Lai's sure-kill strike. Long Chun hurriedly roared, "I lost!" Under the pressure of his opponent's fighting spirit, he couldn't even shout out the sound of admitting defeat. Fortunately, he still had the Thunderbolt Thunder Fireball that Ling Xiao had given him in his storage ring. Otherwise, he would really be in trouble today. However, even though he had shouted out the words to admit defeat, Lei Lai did not stop attacking. After being obstructed by the Thunderbolt Thunder Fireball for a moment, he was obviously even more furious. Thunderclap sword, dragon slaying. A violent voice came out of Lei Lai's mouth as he charged towards Long Chun like a madman. The terrifying sword chi was already causing damage to Long Chun's huge dragon body. The golden dragon scales were constantly shattering. Lei Lai's sword chi was really not inferior to Ling Xiao's sword chi at all. At least that was what it looked like at the moment. F***CK, I'm really going to die. Long Chun only revealed a calm smile in the face of death. Suddenly, an even more shocking energy was brewing in his body. If you don't want me to live, then let's die together. I'll let you see the power of a huge dragon's self-destruction. Long Chun would not beg for mercy. Anyway, even if he did, his opponent would definitely not let him go. Since that was the case, he might as well go all out. If his opponent didn't want him to live, he wouldn't let his opponent live either. Stop Long Chun. Just as Long Chun was about to perish together with Lei Lai, Ling Xiao's voice rang in Long Chun's ears. A thick sword chi descended from the sky and turned into a blood sun that shone brightly. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying thunderclap sword was shattered. Lei Lai sighed, helplessly. His face was gloomy. He had disregarded the rules and was still unable to kill Long Chun in the end. It was such a pity. After that, there would be no more chances. After all, there was only one possibility between him and Long Chun. Lei Lai put away the sword in his hand and stood proudly on the ring. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao, who was below the ring. You don't have to look at me. You don't have the ability to stop him from admitting defeat. That's because you're a piece of trash. Once he admits defeat, my attack won't be considered a violation of the rules, but you will be punished by the rules. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Lai and said righteously, "My hand just slipped. The battle was so intense. How could I stop my attack in an instant?" Lei Lai's excuse was perfect. After all, his attack had stopped after Ling Xiao stopped it. Thus, no one could say anything about such an excuse. Very good. Your excuse is perfect. But don't forget, the two of us still have to fight. Unless you admit defeat early, don't even think about having a chance to do so. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Lai and said, "From the moment you tried to kill Long Chun, you should have made your preparations, right?" "Of course. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lei Lai was the same as Feng Fei and Tianhai tyranny. Even now, he didn't think that Ling Xiao would be a threat to them. Even if Ling Xiao defeated Xiao Budian, it wouldn't make a difference. Although they were known as the 13 top geniuses, the 3 of them were considered to be on the same level. The others were slightly inferior. Lei Lai looked disdainfully at Ling Xiao and tossed out a sentence. "If I can't kill Long Chun, then I'll kill you. You won't admit defeat, right?" "Of course I'll admit defeat, but there's no need for that against you. If I really do admit defeat, you can continue attacking until I'm killed. As long as I agree, it shouldn't be against the rules, right? Referees?" Ling Xiao wasn't a stubborn person. If he met an opponent he couldn't beat, he would naturally admit defeat. But Lei Lai clearly wasn't worthy. Now that he had said such words, he wanted to express his determination. Only by cutting off his means of retreat could he fight with all his strength. He wouldn't leave himself a way out. Of course, it's not against the rules. The referees wanted nothing more than for Ling Xiao to be killed. Now that Ling Xiao had made such a request, it was very reasonable. Very good. I hope you remember your words. Lei Lai probably didn't have the confidence to stop Ling Xiao from admitting defeat, so he said these words to provoke him. If Ling Xiao admitted defeat, he could continue attacking without breaking the rules. Of course, I'll remember my words. But what about you? Do you dare to do the same? Ling Xiao grinned at Lei Lai. In truth, he didn't have much confidence in stopping Lei Lai from admitting defeat. Thus, he had to make sure that his opponent's surrender was invalid. Chapter 1979. Although Ling Xiao was confident that he could defeat Lei Lai, his opponent wasn't weak. Once there was a chance to admit defeat, he wouldn't be able to do anything. Therefore, he naturally had to think of a way to cut off Lei Lai's escape route, so that he couldn't admit defeat. Do you dare to accept a life-and-death duel like me? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Lai and asked coldly, Of course I dare. Lei Lai never thought that he would lose to Ling Xiao. Of course, he wouldn't reject such a promise. Therefore, the battle between the two of them could be considered a life-and-death duel. Very good. In the next round, I will challenge you. Be prepared. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance to prepare. Ling Xiao looked at Lei Lai coldly. The reason why it was the next round and not the next round was because he had already decided on his opponent for the next round, Long Chun. Letting Long Chun take the initiative to admit defeat was also to give Long Chun a chance to rest. It was better than admitting defeat to other cultivators. Up to you. Lei Lai nodded and said, Sooner or later, you won't be able to escape death anyway. Ling Xiao didn't say anything else to him. Instead, he turned around and looked at Long Chun. He handed him a healing pill and said, Make use of the time to recover. I will challenge you in the next round. Just admit defeat. Naturally, Long Chun wouldn't object to admitting defeat to Ling Xiao. He knew how strong Ling Xiao was. Moreover, he was injured now. Even if it was a friendly duel, he wouldn't be able to defeat Ling Xiao. Admitting defeat was the best choice. I didn't expect to see Ling Xiao compete with the top 3 opponents so soon. I thought he would choose Zui Ling Long first. I think so too. After all, Zui Ling Long is weaker than Lei Lai. His chances of winning are higher. He is a righteous person. He wants to avenge his brother. Naturally, he will fight Lei Lai. Since it's the last few rounds, he will fight Lei Lai sooner or later. Lei Lai's swordsmanship is outstanding. Ling Xiao's swordsmanship is also very strong. Will the two of them compete with swordsmanship? It's hard to say. After all, both of them have a variety of attacking methods. Amidst the discussions, Mu Wanshuang stepped onto the arena. Naturally, she easily defeated her opponent again without any suspense. Ever since this woman had revealed her true strength, she had always defeated her opponents with just one move. No one could figure out her true strength. In fact, everyone agreed that she was even stronger than Ling Xiao. Among the top 6, she was at least in the top 3. After Mu Wanshuang's battle, all that was left was noobs pecking each other. At least, that was what the audience thought. After this round, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, Mu Wanshuang, Long Chun, Zui Ling Long, and Sir Heavenly Wolf formed a small internal cycle. This was because they had already challenged the remaining 8 people. Those people had also fought with the 9 people in front of them. Other than Qingqiu Li Hua, who had not had his cultivation crippled, the rest of them had all lost to the 9 people in front of them. Now, that Qingqiu Lihua's cultivation had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. He was basically a cripple. The current situation was that the first 9 people would fight for the first 9 spots, while the last 8 fought for the last 8 spots. Even if they fought separately, there would be no problems. This made the following battles even more exciting. Whether it was noobs pecking each other or strong fighting, fewer and fewer martial artists would admit defeat. After all, the difference in strength between the two sides wasn't that great anymore. To the audience, this was the best situation. Of course, the noobs were relative. Dan Feng, the Silver Wolf Princess, Jun Maching, Jun Macho, Blue Snow, Hong Yu, and Sun Lingchan were all evenly matched. Qingqiu Lihua was naturally a freebie. After Ling Xiao destroyed her cultivation, she could only watch as others took points from her. There was nothing much to say about the next round. Ling Xiao did as he said and challenged Long Chun. Long Chun simply admitted defeat. As a result, Ling Xiao maintained his undefeated streak. On the other hand, Lang Mei chose Qingqiu Lihua, who she had not fought before. Most importantly, Qingqiu Lihua had not fought in the previous 2 rounds. Therefore, even if it was the small cycle, there was still a possibility that she would be chosen by the top 9. She then gloriously became the one who gave out points. Feng Fei chose Heavenly Wolf Gentleman and won easily. By now, Heavenly Wolf Gentleman had long lost his confidence after being beaten by Cold Plum. He had no fighting spirit to speak of against Feng Fei. By the time it was Tian Hai Tyranny's turn, he didn't have many choices. He could either choose Lei Lai or Mu Wanshuang. Among the top 9, the others had either already fought in this round or had already been defeated by him. After glancing at Lei Lai and Mu Wanshuang, Tian Hai Tyranny's gaze finally fell on Lei Lai. Compared to the mysterious Mu Wanshuang, Tian Hai Tyranny felt that Lei Lai was easier to deal with. Lei Lai gave a start, his expression turning gloomy. Tian Hai Tyranny had chosen him over Mu Wanshuang. Did they think he was inferior to Mu Wanshuang? Tian Hai Tyranny, you will pay the price for your own choice. Terrifying battle strength poured out from Lei Lai's body and soared into the skies. He, Feng Fei, and Tian Hai Tyranny were hailed as the 3 most outstanding of the 13 top geniuses. But in truth, he had never been as famous as the other 2. Those 2 were known as the unparalleled pride duo. He was unconvinced. He always thought he was too low-key, so others looked down on him and thought he was inferior to the other 2. But now, Tian Hai Tyranny was standing before him. As long as he defeated this guy, he could replace him and become one of the unparalleled pride duo. He wasn't afraid, only excited. Tian Hai Tyranny, you will lose to my thunderclap. After saying that, Lei Lai's body emitted a shocking lightning. He actually attracted the heavenly thunder, causing the wind and clouds to change color. Now, Lei Lai only had one worry left. He turned his head to look at Ling Xiao and said, "Can we postpone our fight?" "Of course, I have no interest in defeating a heavily injured Lei Lai." Ling Xiao wanted to defeat Lei Lai fair and square and make him accept his loss wholeheartedly. If he killed a heavily injured Lei Lai, then it would be very boring and wouldn't bring him any benefits. After all, such an opponent was hard to come by. Every battle would improve his strength in all aspects. Very good. Then I can wholeheartedly fight against Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Lei Lai might hate Ling Xiao, but he knew that Ling Xiao was a man of his word. Every word was a nail in the coffin. Naturally, he wouldn't go back on his word. Tian Hai Tyranny looked at Lei Lai like a king. "It's only interesting if you go all out. Otherwise, even if I defeat you, you won't accept it." Chapter 1980. Are you looking down on me? Lei Lai's expression was unsightly. "No, I'm just speaking the truth. You're very strong, but you're still a far cry from me." Tyranny Heavenly Seas continued indifferently. Today's White Tiger gathering is destined to be my Tyranny Heavenly Seas stage. You pose no threat to me. As for the rest, Cold Plum and Long Chen aren't worth mentioning. Ling Xiao isn't much either. As for Mu Wanshuang, she might be interesting, but she won't be able to escape defeat. From start to finish, I only had one opponent, and that was Feng Fei. How arrogant! Is this the crown prince of Tianhai Empire, one of the legendary twins? Everyone looked at Tyranny Heavenly Seas on stage. Although his words were overbearing and arrogant, most people didn't find them repulsive. Because this person was indeed powerful enough, he was indeed qualified to say such words. But isn't he underestimating Lei Lai a bit too much? Yeah, Lei Lai is someone on the same level as him. Moreover, his White Tiger bloodline paired with Thunderclap Sword is incomparably powerful. How could Tyranny Heavenly Seas ignore Lei Lai? From his tone, it seemed that he could completely control this battle and obtain an absolute victory without severely injuring Lei Lai. Can he really do it? Others might not be able to do it, but he might be able to. People had all sorts of opinions about Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Of course, as the opponent, Lei Lai wasn't very comfortable. After being underestimated to such an extent, Lei Lai, could no longer hold back. After this battle, you won't be so arrogant. I'll definitely make your arrogant head bow before me, Lei Lai said sinisterly. He wouldn't hold back in this battle. He would go all out. Even if he couldn't take first place, he couldn't let Tyranny Heavenly Seas humiliate him like this. Since that's the case, then make your move. I'd like to see how you'll make me bow my head. Tyranny Heavenly Seas stood there with his hands behind his back. He seemed to have no intention of making a move. The wind ruffled his robes, but it didn't change his expression. He seemed to always be so confident. So confident. It was as if no one could pose any threat to him. Lei Lai looked at tyrannical Heavenly Ocean, his expression growing colder and colder. The terrifying power of thunder shot up into the sky from all over his body, and his body gradually transformed into a half-tiger state. Every pore on his body seemed to be shooting out lightning. Whoosh! In that instant, his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was about a meter away from Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Terrifying lightning wrapped around his enormous tiger claws, slapping towards Heavenly Sea Tyranny's vital points. Rolling thunder and lightning constantly emitted shocking light and roars. In that instant, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny finally erupted. An aura of supremacy erupted from his body. Fear, majesty. However, within this tyrannical aura, there was also a hint of evil. Kill. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean spat out the word kill, but his hands still didn't move. Two strange black lights shot out from his eyes. These two black lights pierced through the barrier formed by the lightning and shot towards Lei Lai. What? Lei Lai's eyes trembled as he hurriedly retreated. Then he waved his hands and attacked the two black lights. He was already fast enough, but this 1 meter distance felt like 108,000 li. It was as if he couldn't cross it. Instead, he was flustered by the black lights shooting out from Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's eyes. He had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. Boom! The black lights hit Lei Lai's fists, and the entire space seemed to tremble violently. In front of Lei Lai's fists, a black vortex appeared. After a long time, it slowly dissipated. Lei Lai took 2 steps back before stabilizing himself. Not only did Heavenly Ocean Tyranny not retreat, he even took 2 steps forward. The terrifying aura was even stronger than before, as if he wanted to crush Lei Lai to death. I said before, you're no threat to me. Your White Tiger bloodline may be powerful, but the strength of your bloodline isn't the deciding factor. Talent is more important. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny didn't counterattack. His hands were still behind his back as he looked coldly at Lei Lai, as if Lei Lai wasn't worth mentioning in front of him. Many people were also intimidated by Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's aura, believing that Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's words weren't empty. If you have the skills, then don't ever make a move. Lei Lai had always been a cautious and wise martial artist. Aside from the fact that he was an enemy, Ling Xiao still admired him. Even in the face of the previous situation, Lei Lai didn't panic at all. He only smiled coldly. A thunderclap sword was condensed by him. The thunderclap sword was about 3 meters long. It was completely different from ordinary treasured swords and required both hands to wield. Lightning danced on the sword's blade, as if it wanted to help its master win this round. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny furrowed his brows. His psychological attack hadn't worked. Although he believed himself to be much stronger than Lei Lai wasn't as harmless as he claimed. He had only said those words to make his opponent lose his will to fight. That way, victory would be easier. After all, he still had to save his strength to deal with Feng Fei. But Lei Lai had seen through him, so there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to attack. Fine, since you want to taste my attacks, then I'll let you taste the power of my divine crocodile bloodline. As soon as Heavenly Ocean Tyranny finished speaking, the terrifying power of his bloodline stirred in his body before exploding outwards. Terrifying blood chi enveloped Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's entire body. It was so powerful that it was suffocating. How terrifying! Heavenly Ocean Tyranny didn't even use his bloodline power before, and was able to beat Lei Lai back so easily. Now that he's using his divine crocodile bloodline, can Lei Lai still win? The peerless duo, they're not just bragging. His Highness Crown Prince of the Tianhai Empire is truly too strong. The aura of a tyrant rose from the stage and spread below. Many martial artists with weak willpower actually knelt before Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. All of them were trembling in fear. They were clearly intimidated by Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's fighting spirit. His right hand reached out from behind his back, the wind from his palm causing the air to tremble. Behind that terrifying palm energy, the image of a giant divine crocodile stared fixedly at Lei Lai. Lei Lai, your White Tiger Empire has always been proud of the White Tiger bloodline, believing it to be one of the 13 powerful bloodlines passed down from ancient times. Our Heavenly Ocean Empire's divine crocodile bloodline isn't even worth mentioning. Today, I'll show you in front of everyone that your White Tiger bloodline is inferior to our divine crocodile bloodline. As he spoke, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny took another step forward. His right hand gently pushed forward, but it was like a mountain pressing down on Lei Lai. Chapter 1981. Thunderclap Sword, Annihilate All. Lei Lai looked coldly at Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's palm. The thunderclap sword in his hand suddenly glowed. A large amount of thunderclap power gathered on the sword. Then, he gripped the sword with both hands and stabbed out with a roar. Rumble! The sound of the heavens collapsing and the earth splitting rang out. Lei Lai felt his arms tremble. His opponent's palm strength was terrifying. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's strength wasn't just for show. But so what? Lei Lai didn't retreat this time. Behind him, a tiger-shaped thunderclap gradually formed. Then, the thunder element in the air rushed towards this thunderclap tiger. As the thunder element continued to pour in, Lei Lai's shattered palm gradually healed at an extremely fast speed. Lei Lai is also very strong. He can actually use the thunder element in the air to heal his injuries. This battle will be interesting. Everyone excitedly watched the battle between these two powerhouses. Compared to the previous meaningless surrenders, this battle was simply too exciting and too exciting. The legacy of an ancient bloodline really is powerful. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's left hand was still behind his back. He single-handedly suppressed Lei Lai. He looked coldly at Lei Lai, revealing a hint of mockery. But no matter how strong your bloodline is, killing Ling Xiao might be easy, but against me, it's useless. CK off. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny finally took out his left hand from behind his back. His two palms came together, and an almost doubled power bloomed from his palms. The faint roar of a crocodile god could be heard. Rumble! Once again, Lei Lai was sent flying. Last time, he had retreated 2 steps. This time, he retreated more than 10 meters. But unlike last time, Lei Lai didn't land on the ground this time. He somersaulted in the air and once again attacked Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. I'm already tired of listening to your big words. Thunderclap sword, White Tiger's rage. In the air, Lei Lai's sword Qi transformed into a fierce white tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It charged towards Heavenly Ocean Tyranny with an unstoppable momentum. Roar. The white tiger let out an astonishing roar in midair. Rumble. A shocking explosion resounded. The thunderclap sword once again clashed with Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's palms. But this time, Heavenly Ocean Tyranny didn't gain the upper hand. His palm was pierced by the sword, and he had no choice but to take 2 steps back to block the sharp and terrifying sword Qi. His palm completely healed in an instant, and then he coldly looked at Lei Lai, his killing intent extremely dense. Lei Lai had actually injured him. Although it was only a light injury, it was still unforgivable. Beautiful! The crowd below the ring burst into excited roars. They had originally thought that Heavenly Sea Tyranny would completely crush Lei Lai. Never could he have guessed that Lei Lai would have a counterattack like this. It was so powerful that it could easily kill a half-rebirth stage life-sizer. When a martial artist cultivated to the 18th level of the yin-yang realm and condensed the 18 levels of hell, they could begin to seize life from the heavens. This was because every reincarnation meant one death. If one didn't possess the ability to seize life from the heavens, then even if one advanced to the rebirth realm, one would still be unable to escape death. Reincarnation meant that there was life and death. Die, and then come back to life in another form. This was a single reincarnation. To reach the half-rebirth realm, one had to seize life from the heavens. The 18 levels of hell, the 18 levels of life seizing. Every stage was a first life-sizer, but there were no minor realms in between. There was only the number of life-seizers. Thus, the half-rebirth realm was also known as the life-seizing realm. Although the official realms didn't have such a name, martial artists still liked to call it that because it was simpler, more direct, and more clear. Lei Lai was at the peak of the 18th level of the yin-yang realm and was much stronger than Heavenly Wolf Prince because he was about to enter the life-seizing realm. And his sword strike just now could kill a first life-sizer as easily as flipping his hand. And yet it had only lightly injured Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. Just what cultivation level was Heavenly Ocean Tyranny at? These two fellows were truly worthy of being considered to be in the top 3 right from the start. Their strength was too strong, to the point that it was suffocating. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny looked down at his healed palms, then gave Lei Lai a disdainful look. Very good. Not bad at all. The power of your thunderclap sword really makes me take notice. But do you really think that's enough to beat me? At this moment, Lei Lai's brows were tightly knitted together. Although the attack just now was not his strongest attack, it was almost there. He hadn't expected Heavenly Ocean Tyranny to be unharmed. Just what kind of martial soul did this guy have? Not only do you have the crocodile god's bloodline, but you also have some kind of martial soul, right? What kind of martial soul is it? Lei Lai asked. You know I won't answer, so why ask? Besides, I have more than one martial soul. Now, I'll show you my raging sea martial soul. Boom! As Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's voice rang out, a wave dozens of meters high rose up behind him. It was as if the entire sky had been invaded by an endless ocean. In that instant, Lei Lai felt an incomparably terrifying pressure bearing down on him. His expression became even more unsightly. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny was truly much stronger than he had imagined. Raging Sea Martial Soul is a martial soul that has been passed down for a long time in the Heavenly Ocean clan. Although it can't be considered a shocking martial soul, in my hands, it is an invincible martial soul. Even heaven and earth will be submerged by my raging sea waves. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny's voice was cold and tyrannical. Right now, he was like a sea god that controlled the ocean, about to invade heaven and earth. Invincible. Is it really invincible? Lei Lai refused to admit defeat. As a martial artist on the same level as Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, how could he admit defeat so easily? Raging thunder shocks the heavens. Break for me! Lei Lai roared, thrusting his thunderclap sword forward. The thick thunderclap sword chi destroyed the raging sea waves. With each wave destroyed, Lei Lai could clearly feel the pressure on him lessen. Don't make any more pointless struggles. It's meaningless. Take my raging sea wave fist. Heavenly Ocean Tyranny took a step forward, his hands clenched into fists. As the raging sea waves surged towards his fists, he roared and punched out. Terrifying fist shadows, every one of them a layer of waves. The 10-meter-tall waves slammed towards Lei Lai, wanting to tear him apart. Kill, kill, kill. Lei Lai was unwilling to admit defeat, even though he knew that his strength was not enough in front of this terrifying raging sea waves. But he was an expert. He couldn't admit defeat so casually like others. The thunderclap sword in his hand pierced out even faster. Streaks of sword light continued to shatter those waves. Chapter 1982. Rumble. Finally, a wave slammed into Lei Lai's body. Lei Lai's body swayed, but he stood up resolutely. However, a wave came, followed by wave after wave of attacks. Lei Lai felt like a drowning human trying to swim out of the perilous waves. Unfortunately, he couldn't. I won't kill you. After all, I still need you to kill Ling Xiao. Tianhai Tyranny's voice rang in Lei Lai's ears. Then Lei Lai felt his body being sent flying out of the arena by a terrifying force. Even if he didn't admit defeat now, he'd still lost. And he'd lost thoroughly. I hate it. Lei Lai's former glory and pride had been thoroughly shattered this time. He thought he could stand on equal footing with Tianhai Tyranny, but Tianhai Tyranny had shown him a cruel reality. He was far from being Tianhai Tyranny's match. His Highness Tianhai's Crown Prince is too astonishing. If that's the case, then he shouldn't have been just boasting. That's right. Besides Feng Fei, I'm afraid no one else can fight him. He's too strong. I can feel that this guy hasn't used his full strength yet. He's probably saving it for Feng Fei. The crowd was abuzz with discussion. No one paid any more attention to the loser Lei Lai, but focused on Tianhai Tyranny. One of the White Tiger Continent's unparalleled prides truly lived up to his name. How was it Ling Xiao? Did you see his strength clearly? Sun Lingchan asked in a low voice. She was truly stunned. It looked like Tianhai Tyranny had never used his full strength against her in the past. I didn't. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "This person is really a formidable opponent for me to fight for first place this time. I originally thought that he was on par with Lei Lai, and even if he was strong, he wouldn't be much stronger. However, it seems that there was a misunderstanding. This guy is at least a level stronger than Lei Lai. He won't be easy to fight." Ling Xiao was confident, but not arrogant. Tianhai tyranny was truly too strong. After this battle, no one would doubt the strength of this crown prince of Tianhai Empire. Top 3. It was absolutely certain. As for Lei Lai, even though he had lost to Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, he had displayed great strength. Whether or not he could enter the top 3 would depend on how he fought against the others. After the battle between Heavenly Ocean Tyranny and Ardent Thunder, Mu Wanshuang easily defeated Drunken Linglong. After that, it was another round of noobs pecking at each other. However, the audience was still having a good time watching. After all, sometimes noobs pecking at each other was just as exciting. At the end of this round, Ling Xiao, Cold Plum, Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, and Mu Wanshuang were still undefeated. In the next round, Ling Xiao directly chose Cold Plum. He had promised to give Lei Lai a round of rest, so he naturally wouldn't go back on his word. Cold Plum did not enter the arena. Instead, she directly admitted defeat. Feng Fei chose Long Chun. Because Long Chun hadn't fully recovered from his injuries and knew the difference in strength between the two of them, he chose to admit defeat. Tyranny Heavenly Wolf Young Master was chosen and easily defeated. Lei Lai might have been injured, but he still chose to fight Drunken Linglong. The two fought fiercely. Lei Lai fully displayed his terrifying strength. He could lose to Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, but he couldn't lose to Drunken Linglong. Even though Drunken Linglong was very powerful, after 120 moves, Drunken Linglong still chose to admit defeat. Lei Lai won this battle. When it came to Mu Wanshuang, she could only use Green Hill Lihua as a stepping stone. After that, it was another round of noobs pecking at each other. This round could be said to be uneventful. The truly exciting battle was the battle between Lei Lai and Zue Linglong. The audience was mesmerized by the scene. Have you rested well? A new round began, and Ling Xiao stepped onto the arena, his gaze cold as he looked at Lei Lai. Even if I haven't rested well, it's still very easy to deal with you. Lei Lai stood up and said, Master, just let him have one more round. I'll choose him this round and just admit defeat. I don't really care about the final rankings. Moreover, I really am not his match. Cold Plum understood Ling Xiao's intentions. He wanted Lei Lai to lose without any excuses. Thus, she planned to admit defeat this round as well. Fine. If that's the case, I'll choose Drunken Linglong. Ling Xiao looked at Drunken Linglong. Miss, you're too courteous. Thank you for your help before, but I won't hold back this time. If you hold back, I won't be willing. Drunken Linglong walked onto the stage and looked at Ling Xiao. But before we fight, can you promise me one thing? Speak. Ling Xiao nodded. If you can't defeat me within 120 moves, then give up on your life and death battle with Lei Lai and surrender early. There's someone who doesn't want you to die, Drunken Linglong said. Although I don't know who it is that doesn't want me to die, but I can promise you this. Ling Xiao nodded. If I still need 120 moves to defeat you, then I'll give up on my battle with Lei Lai. All right, it's a deal. Drunken Linglong's most terrifying aspect was her secret soul technique. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes flashed with a strange black light. The guzheng in her hand started to play a fast-paced tune. A series of musical notes, wrapped in her powerful soul force, slammed into Ling Xiao. This soul attack is formless and traceless. It's the hardest to deal with. I wonder what Ling Xiao is going to do. Everyone was looking forward to this battle. After all, as long as Ling Xiao defeated Drunken Linglong, he would truly enter the top 5. They wanted to know what method Ling Xiao would use to fight Drunken Linglong, who was an expert in secret soul techniques. Tyrant! Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. A pitch-black figure appeared behind him. Only the pair of huge eyes made people tremble with fear. This was a variant of the tyrant martial spirit. It wouldn't expose the core information of the martial spirit. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid that others would see that he had the mountain river martial spirit. In that instant, drunken Linglong's face turned pale. She spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. I lost. This scene was very similar to Ling Xiao's first battle with Jun and Moqing. Ling Xiao didn't even move. He only released a terrifying aura and forced his opponent to admit defeat. I didn't expect your soul force to be so powerful. It's even more terrifying than our soul clan's martial spirit. No wonder she couldn't forget you. I understand now. Drunken Linglong looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. The she you're talking about, could it be Ling Yixue? Ling Xiao asked, You actually still remember this name. She often told me that you might have forgotten her. Drunken Linglong laughed. How could I possibly forget? She was my closest friend when we were in Heaven Peak City. Even though I didn't know what love was at that time, how could I possibly forget the feelings she had for me? Is she all right? Chapter 1983. Ling Xiao was a little excited. He had been searching for Ling Yixue's whereabouts all this time. When he went to the Nightman clan, he even thought he'd found her clan. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. At that time, it really made him feel very uncomfortable. Now that he finally had news of Ling Yixue, how could he not be excited? Don't worry, she's doing well. Not only that, but she's much stronger than before. You have to keep working hard, or else she'll leave you far behind. Drunken Linglong smiled. Of course, I think highly of you. Especially after losing to you, I feel like you're the only one who's worthy of being her partner. Ling Xiao didn't speak. As long as Ling Yixue was doing well, he was at ease. Back in the Ling clan, only Ling Yixue and Ling Yihang treated him sincerely as a friend. The others were more or less just using each other. He'd never forget these two friends. Ling Xiao and drunken Linglong returned to their seats. Cold Plum challenged Lei Lai and chose to forfeit. Feng Fei chose green. He'll leave fire this round. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean chose Long Chun, but Long Chun still chose to concede, let alone being injured. Even if he wasn't injured, he couldn't even beat Lei Lai. How could he beat Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's opponent? Mu Wanchuang won easily as well, displaying a steady level of skill. After the chickens pecked at each other, a new round began. This time, when Ling Xiao stepped onto the stage, all eyes were on Lei Lai. Everyone was excited. Currently, the top 9 in everyone's hearts were Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Mu Wanchuang, Lei Lai, Ling Xiao, Drunken Linglong, Cold Plum, Long Chen, and Sir Heavenly Wolf. If Ling Xiao could defeat Lei Lai, then he'd move up a spot into the top 4. Moreover, Ling Xiao and Lei Lai had both defeated Drunken Linglong. Although Ling Xiao was obviously more relaxed, perhaps it was because he was too relaxed that many cultivators felt that Zue Linglong was going easy on him. Whether Lei Lai or Ling Xiao was stronger, this battle would reveal the truth. The sword of Bloody Sun against the sword of Thunderclap. It was a duel between swordsmanship experts. When the power of lightning met the power of fire, it was a clash between the two elements. This became the topic of discussion among the audience and the source of their excitement. Moreover, in the eyes of many, Ling Xiao would come up with some new tricks in almost every battle. Powerful defense, superb sword skills, terrifying soul force, mystical flame control. What other tricks does he have up his sleeves? Curiosity drove the audience to look forward to Ling Xiao's battle. It was as if every time Ling Xiao appeared, it would lead to an exciting moment. How far could Ling Xiao go? Would he stop at the top 5 or enter the top 4? Everything would be revealed in this battle. You've waited for 3 rounds. Your condition should be very good now, right? Ling Xiao looked at Lei Lai. His life and death battle with Lei Lai affected everyone's hearts and made them wait for a long time. This time, he couldn't let it drag on any longer. Of course I'm good. Lei Lai naturally wouldn't avoid the battle. From the moment he killed Long Chen, he was destined to fight Ling Xiao. Either you die, or I live. You've waited for a long time. I've also waited for a long time. Do you think your heavenly ocean tyranny? Do you think you can win against me? Lei Lai jumped onto the stage. The terrifying sword of Thunderclap appeared. Lightning flashed, and thunder bombarded the stage. It seemed that after experiencing a loss, Lei Lai wasn't discouraged. Instead, his battle strength seemed to be a bit stronger than when he met Heavenly Ocean Tyranny. If you're still using the same swordsmanship as before, then I'm sorry. This time, no matter what, you won't be able to win against my sword of Thunderclap. Lei Lai looked coldly at Ling Xiao. His terrifying lightning battle intent poured into the sword of Thunderclap. The Thunderclap sword was held in his hands, trembling crazily. It wasn't fear, but excitement. It was as if a wild beast had found its prey and was eager to pounce. A blade master didn't have to wield a sword. This was a kind of understanding of the martial path. It was said that the unconventional path of the sword was the perfect interpretation of a blade master. A blade master's entire life pursued a one-hit kill attack. Today, whether it was Ling Xiao or Lei Lai, they had both reached the realm of swordless. Swordless as swordless. Everything under the heavens could be used to take people's lives. Ling Xiao's ice fury had been sealed. Not long ago, he had stepped from the heavy sword stage to the swordless stage. The elements in his hands condensed into sharp sword of light, sword of crimson blood, and sword of blood Sunday. They weren't real swords, but their power was sharper than any sword. Lei Lai was the same. The sword of Thunderclap in his hands wasn't a real sword either. This type of sword had more variations, encompassing almost all of the 4 stages of a blade master. The sharp sword was merciless, the soft sword was formless, the heavy sword was edgeless, and the swordless was supreme. Feeling the rage and fighting spirit of the sword of Thunderclap, the sword of Blood Sun in Ling Xiao's hands began to tremble crazily. A terrifying fighting spirit soared into the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The sword of Blood Sun naturally wouldn't yield to the sword of Thunderclap. It took the initiative to fight, wanting to have a showdown with the sword of Thunderclap. This sword is simply a spirit. It seems that among all the warriors, only Ling Xiao has completely comprehended the inheritance of the Scarlet Sword General. It is said that when the Scarlet Sword General killed his enemies on the battlefield, the sword of Blood Sun in his hands would be the first to drink blood. It is even more ferocious and thirsty for slaughter than its master. Lei Lai's sword of Thunderclap is also not weak. That fighting spirit is soaring, as if it wants to destroy everything between heaven and earth. It is really too terrifying. As of now, in the eyes of the audience, Ling Xiao and Lei Lai were obviously evenly matched. I said that you can't win against me with just this sword technique. If that's all you have, I can end this battle with one strike. Lei Lai wasn't dispirited after losing to Tianhai Tyranny. Terrifying lightning jumped around his body. Behind him, a tiger-shaped thunderclap instantly formed. His body also entered the Tiger Man state. He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao in one strike. If he maintained his human form, he definitely wouldn't be able to do it. You're right. Right now, I am indeed not your opponent. However, what if my cultivation advances further? Hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone was stunned. Ling Xiao's cultivation in Black Tortoise Temple had risen from Yinyang Realm Level 15 to Yinyang Realm Level 16. This had already shocked them. Could there be another breakthrough? Boom! Ling Xiao took a step forward. The terrifying aura actually forced the Sword of Thunderclap to retreat. Impossible. This is Yin-Yang Realm level 17, and it is at its peak. How could this guy advance so quickly? This time, not only the audience, but even Xianming couldn't sit still. Chapter 1984. Ling Xiao displayed the strength of a peak 17th level Yin-Yang Realm cultivator. This caused countless people to feel shocked, incomparable astonishment, and disbelief. When Ling Xiao stepped into Black Tortoise Temple, he was only at the peak 15th level of Yin-Yang Realm. In just 10 days, his cultivation had advanced continuously, reaching the peak of the 17th level of Yin-Yang Realm. This speed was too shocking. What benefits did you get? Xianming gritted his teeth as he looked at Ling Xiao. There was only one explanation for this situation, and that was that Ling Xiao had received great benefits from the old palace master of Nine Heavens Palace. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't have advanced so quickly. Lei Lai was also stunned. He was clearly shocked, but he soon calmed down. Very good. You defeated a peak 18th level martial artist with your 16th level of Yin-Yang Realm cultivation. Now that you're at the 17th level of Yin-Yang Realm, you should be qualified to be my opponent. Then, even more terrifying lightning surged out of his body. The lightning on the thunderclap sword let out a real roar like a wild beast. Just enough. Ling Xiao smiled and waved the bloody sun sword in his hand. Shocking bloody light scattered across the sky. Terrifying killing intent filled the entire space. Everyone stared at the stage where the energies collided. Many people's hearts were trembling. Terrifying sword intent. It could pierce through the 9 heavens and rush out of the mystic world. The sword energies hadn't even touched, but the sword intents had already begun to fight. This was the ultimate battle between swordsmen. The entire space seemed to have turned into a world of swords. It's coming. Many people swallowed their saliva at the same time, but they didn't want to blink. These two powerhouses were finally going to have a showdown. They didn't know if they could win or lose in a single move, but this exciting scene was enough to make them drunk. Although I lost to Heavenly Ocean Tyranny, I want to tell everyone that Lei Lai, haven't fallen. I'll become even stronger. My sword will never get rusty. This battle will announce the return of Lei Lai, the king. Ling Xiao, you shall become the stepping stone for my resurrection. Lei Lai was suddenly filled with pride, as if killing Ling Xiao would allow him to take back everything he had lost. This included confidence, glory, and the dignity of a swordsman. As far as he was concerned, there was no suspense in this battle. He would definitely win, and Ling Xiao would definitely lose. Ling Xiao, will never be anyone's stepping stone. I have something to say to you. Tyranny, Heavenly Ocean didn't treat you as an opponent, and neither did I. I only have one opponent, and that is Mu Wanshuang. Feng Fei wasn't qualified. Neither was Tianhai Tyranny. Only that woman is fit to be my final opponent. The moment Ling Xiao said this, everyone was stunned. These words sounded familiar. Tyranny Tianhai had said the same thing when he fought Lei Lai, but Tyranny Tianhai only cared about Feng Fei. However, Ling Xiao's opponent was Mu Wanshuang. Both of them were equally overbearing and arrogant, not putting other martial artists in their eyes. Do you think you're Tyranny, Heavenly Ocean? Lei Lai roared. Terrifying lightning transformed into streaks of sword qi that shot towards Ling Xiao. He was angry, thoroughly angry. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean looked down on him, and now Ling Xiao looked down on him too. He wanted to let Ling Xiao, this idiot, know that he would have to pay a heavy price for underestimating him. The lightning sword qi was extremely terrifying. Each streak seemed to have the power to destroy everything in its path. It seemed to want to destroy everything in its path. This was his true, strongest attack. Before, he had said that the attack he used against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean was only slightly stronger, not the strongest. 10,000 Lightning Fury Sword Strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each streak of Lei Lai's sword chi was as large as the one he had used against Tyranny Heavenly Ocean, although it was slightly weaker. Any one of these streaks of sword chi was enough to kill a peak 18th level Yin Yang realm martial artist. Right now, there were tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi, and Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 17th level of Yin Yang realm. How could he block it? Even if he could block one attack, could he block a second one? What? He didn't plan to block it. Everyone was shocked to see that Ling Zhao was still holding the Blood Sun sword and charging towards Lei Lai. He walked casually, as if he didn't care about the tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi at all. This guy must be crazy. Does he want to die? Everyone looked at this scene in horror, and they all revealed astonished expressions. Ling Zhao's actions were abnormal. Did he really think that he could block Lei Lai's terrifying 10,000 lightning sword chi with just his physical body? Lei Lai also looked at Ling Zhao in shock. He didn't understand. What was this guy doing? Suicide? But looking at Ling Zhao's appearance, it didn't seem like he was going to commit suicide. Can your 10,000 streaks of sword chi compare to one of mine? Just as everyone was shocked by Ling Zhao's choice, Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. The Blood Sun sword in his hand stabbed towards Lei Lai's direction. Boom! At that moment, a sword light that resembled an exploding blood sun lit up the entire sky. The sky was already dark, but it was as bright as day now. However, this light was all blood red. That sword light was the blood sun in the sky. It was so dazzling. It was so majestic. With one sword strike, heaven and earth changed color, and all living things were frightened. The whistling sword chi instantly cut through the tens of thousands of streaks of sword chi. It seemed like nothing could go against him. Ling Zhao didn't dodge. He just directly attacked Lei Lai with his sword. However, Lei Lai didn't react at all. He had finally entered the proficient realm. Ling Zhao's Crimson Sun Sword technique and Lei Lai's 10,000 Lightning Sword technique were obviously sword techniques of the same level. Whoever had a higher cultivation level would be more powerful. While Lei Lai's sword technique was still in the small success realm, Ling Zhao's sword technique had already entered the proficient realm. Everyone felt as if they were about to stop breathing. Ling Zhao had only comprehended the Crimson Sun sword technique for slightly more than 10 days, while others were still fumbling around between the beginner and small success realms. He had already entered the proficient realm. He was able to raise his cultivation level to the 17th level of the Yin Yang realm and cultivate the Crimson Sun sword technique to the proficient realm. How could he have such terrifying comprehension? Could it be that this guy had some hidden strength? He must have. He hadn't released his martial soul until now. No wonder he dared to say that he didn't care about anyone other than Mu Wanshuang. His arrogance wasn't just a bluff. It sounded like the small success realm to the proficient realm was just an increase in cultivation level. However, in reality, the power of the moves was worlds apart. When a martial art reached the gold grade, it wasn't as simple as just following the steps. Chapter 1985. Sometimes, in the eyes of martial artists, leveling up a martial art was even more difficult than leveling up a martial art. As a result, the majority of martial artists would never train a martial art to the perfection realm. At most, they would reach the perfection realm or even the great mastery realm. Most martial artists would only reach the mastery realm and then choose a new martial art. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue leveling up, but that leveling up was just too difficult. Beginner, small mastery, expert, great mastery, perfection, perfection realm. There were only a handful of people who had gone through all 6 stages before, and those who were familiar with it were few and far between. Beginner to small mastery wasn't much, but the difference between small mastery and mastery was too great. A small mastery realm move against a mastery realm move was like a wooden sword against an iron sword. If the two sides were similar in strength, then there was simply no way to make up for it. And now, Ling Zhao's unstoppable sword intent on the stage proved this point. An iron sword cutting a wooden sword was simply unstoppable. No matter how many sword chi you had, it was all meaningless. The moment the light of the snowy sun dimmed, a mournful scream came from the stage. Everyone stared at the stage with the help of the light. That scream clearly came from Lei Lai's mouth. Dead. He actually died, just like that. To everyone's horror, Lei Lai's body had been split in two by this sword. This once proud son of heaven, the strongest and most outstanding genius of the White Tiger Empire, after his body had been split in two, his soul still maintained a brief moment of consciousness. Above his corpse, an illusory shadow looked at the scene below in disbelief. It was as if it still couldn't believe that he had been killed by Ling Zhao, and in such a simple manner at that. The air seemed to have solidified. No one even dared to breathe loudly. On the stage, all of the sword chi had already disappeared. Ling Zhao put away Blood Sun's sword and calmly stood there, coldly looking at the corpse on the ground. And the Lei Lai on the other side had died so miserably. This made it hard for people to believe. Was this the same genius martial artist with soaring aspirations and heroic spirit from just a moment ago? In an instant, Lei Lai, who had been willing to start anew, who had worked hard to find a way to defeat heavenly ocean tyranny, had become a corpse that couldn't speak. What a pity! The White Tiger Continent's true apex genius had fallen just like that. This was reality. The Tiger King seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. The son that had made him excited and proud just now had died in Ling Zhao's hands, just like that. This was his most outstanding son, yet he had died just like that. He was filled with hatred. Roar. A terrifying roar resounded throughout the entire Thunder City. The Tiger King had completely vented the anger in his heart with this roar. Wulong, Crown Princess, Fairy Qingqiu, Xiao Budian, and this Lei Lai, 5 top geniuses, have already fallen at the hands of Ling Zhao. That's right. This doesn't even include Green Hill Li Hua, whose cultivation was crippled by Ling Zhao, or Heavenly Wolf Young Master, Silver Wolf Princess, and Drunken Ling Long, who were easily defeated by Ling Zhao. If we include them, Ling Zhao alone has defeated 9 of the 13 top geniuses. Lei Tun and Lei Mang have been killed, but they are definitely not Ling Zhao's match. If the 13 top geniuses want to regain face, they can only rely on the peerless twins. Everyone looked towards Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. If these two couldn't stop Ling Zhao, then Ling Zhao would become the scariest dark horse of this year's White Tiger meet. He would also be the most dazzling star of all. After defeating Lei Lai, Ling Zhao was guaranteed a spot in the top 4. This was something most people hadn't expected. Lei Lai, you shouldn't have continued to attack my brother Long Chun after he admitted defeat. You made your choice, so you had to pay with your life. Ling Zhao turned and walked back to his seat. His cold voice seemed to tell everyone why he had killed Lei Lai. Without mercy. Lei Lai could defeat Long Chun and even injure him, but he shouldn't have attacked him outside the rules. Ling Zhao had killed him for this very reason. Then you should be prepared to be killed after killing Lei Lai, right? The Tiger King's voice was like a wild beast's roar as it rumbled towards Ling Zhao. Of course. Ling Zhao looked up at the Tiger King. I've already prepared myself to be killed by you, but have you prepared yourself? He asked the Tiger King in return. What does your lordship need to prepare? The Tiger King didn't understand. If you make a move against me, that means you're completely opposing me and becoming my enemy. In that case, you should prepare yourself for the destruction of your White Tiger Empire. Moreover, I, Ling Xiao, am a vengeful person. When the time comes, I won't leave a single one of your White Tiger Empire's royalty alive. Even if I don't kill them, I'll make them my slaves for life. I hope you remember that. Ling Xiao's words were powerful and resonant. He didn't fear the Tiger King in the slightest. You dare threaten me? The Tiger King never expected Ling Xiao to threaten him. It's not a threat, just a reminder. If you understand me, then you should know what kind of person I am. Ling Xiao said simply, "There's no need to investigate. Since you've said that, then your lordship will announce in front of everyone that my White Tiger Empire is declaring war with the Celestial Empire. I vow to destroy the Celestial Empire." How could the Tiger King be afraid of Ling Xiao? In the face of Ling Xiao's reminder, not only would he not admit defeat, he would become even angrier and more irritable. He wanted to completely vent his anger on Ling Xiao and the martial artists of the Celestial Empire. Xianming, Yimei, those people have already been eliminated. Can I kill them? The Tiger King suddenly looked at Feng Minglian, Ji Luyu, Mou, and Zhu Xiaocong, who were with Hong Qi and the Liquor Demon Sword. And Xianming nodded. Daoist, Yimei didn't say anything, which could be considered as tacit consent. They would stop the Tiger King from killing Ling Xiao, but they wouldn't stop the Tiger King from killing those martial artists who had already been eliminated. Good. The Tiger King roared and stepped through the void. His terrifying tiger claws grabbed towards Ling Xiao's friends. However, what greeted the Tiger King was a sword light that could split the sky. The Tiger King let out a cry that was even more miserable than Lei Lai's. His right arm had been directly chopped off. The Liquor Demon Sword attacked. He wasn't Xianming's opponent, but he was stronger than the Tiger King. In addition, it was a sudden attack, so it was normal for the Tiger King to be injured. Who are you? The Tiger King roared angrily from his bleeding wound. Liquor Demon Sword. The Liquor Demon Sword replied faintly, "Although I have no enmity with your White Tiger Empire, unfortunately, the people you want to kill are the people I want to protect. Today, I cut off your arm to remind you that your White Tiger Empire hasn't reached the stage where you can run amok." Okay, I'll remember you. The Tiger King didn't attack again. Instead, he went to the side and began to heal. Chapter 1986. Tiger King tried to reattach his severed arm. However, when he reattached his arm to his shoulder, he threw it away in fear. You want to heal the place that was cut by my Liquor Demon Sword. Tiger King, aren't you a little too ignorant? I already said that this severed arm is a lesson. The Liquor Demon Sword coldly glanced at the Tiger King. He had to appear even more domineering. Otherwise, regardless of whether it was a cat or a dog, they would come looking for trouble with Ling Xiao. Damn it! Tiger King roared angrily, but it was useless. The only thing he could do was stop the bleeding. He knew that his enemies weren't any less than Ling Xiao's. He used to run amok and offended many people on the White Tiger continent. If he really lost too much blood, he wouldn't be able to return to the White Tiger Empire alive. These two are really ruthless. One killed Lei Lai, and the other crippled Tiger King's arm. Good fellow, they've completely suppressed the White Tiger Empire. Looks like we really can't underestimate this newly risen Celestial Empire. To most of the audience, the Celestial Empire was a place that couldn't be any stranger. They didn't even bother to find out where this country was. In their eyes, this was a weak country that couldn't be any weaker. However, today, they felt that they had to reevaluate this rising star. This country couldn't be underestimated if it could even suppress the White Tiger Empire. Cold Plum, it's your turn. Suddenly, Lawless's voice woke everyone up from their thoughts. Although Ling Xiao defeated Lei Lai in a shocking way, this wasn't the end of the White Tiger meet. The meet would continue until the final ranking was decided. Cold Plum nodded and stepped onto the stage. She looked at Long Chun and said, "How are you? Have you recovered from your injuries?" Although they were from the same family, Cold Plum and Long Chen's battle was unavoidable. These two had to compete to see who was better, who was Ling Xiao's strongest assistant. "It's done." Long Chen stood up and jumped onto the arena with a smile. He said, "Elder Sister Cold Plum, let's decide the victor in one move. Otherwise, if the battle drags on for too long, both of us will be exhausted." Sure, neither Cold Plum nor Long Chen would admit defeat in front of the other. They could admit defeat to Ling Xiao, but since they were equally matched in strength, they had to confirm it first. Therefore, the moment they stepped onto the stage, the two of them unleashed their full combat strength at almost the same time. Cold Plum's black wings unfurled, and the cold blade emitted a murderous aura. Long Chun transformed into a huge dragon. Golden light flickered as he released a terrifying dragon aura. "Fight!" The two of them roared almost at the same time. Then, they released what they believed to be their most powerful moves and passed each other on the arena. "I lost." Cold Plum sighed. Long Chen's skin was too thick. She could injure the Heavenly Wolf Prince with the same move, but she couldn't injure Long Chen at all. "Elder Sister Cold Plum, don't sigh. I was just lucky to win against you by half a move. The key is that you haven't completely mastered the Black Featherman's inheritance. Otherwise, I really wouldn't be your match." After Long Chen's battle with Lei Lai, the potential of the Dragon Clan was unleashed once again. Moreover, his cultivation had finally advanced to the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm. Although his cultivation was still a little weaker than Ling Xiao and Cold Plum's, it was still very powerful. However, his control of the Dragon Clan's divine power had become more adept. If he were to fight with Lei Lai again, the result would be hard to say. From the looks of it, Long Chen should be more powerful than Cold Plum. However, the two of them seemed to be improving after every battle. It's hard to say who's stronger until the end. The closer it was to the end, the more people understood the combat strength of the top 9 people. Naturally, the Heavenly Wolf Gentleman was ranked last. Cold Medium, Long Chun, and Drunken Linglong hadn't fought yet, so it wasn't clear. But Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, Lei Lai, Mu Wanshuang, and Ling Xiao were definitely stronger. Now that Lei Lai had been killed by Ling Xiao, the 9 people had become 8, but the rankings hadn't changed much. Unless Ling Xiao could defeat Feng Fei, Tianhai Tyranny, or Mu Wanshuang, it was hard to tell. I think Ling Xiao will definitely challenge Mu Wanshuang in his next battle. In any case, he won't be able to beat Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny. Even now, Ling Xiao had already displayed his strength. But in the eyes of the majority of the audience, Feng Fei and Tianhai Tyranny were still the strongest. Only those two were worthy of being in the top 2. Ling Xiao and Mu Wanshuang could only fight for 3rd place. After Cold Plum and Long Chen's battle, the battle continued. Next, Feng Fei had 2 choices. One against Tianhai Tyranny, the other against Mu Wanshuang. A battle between the strong was unavoidable. He'll definitely choose Mu Wanshuang. Although Mu Wanshuang's performance is strong, she's still weaker than Tianhai Tyranny. Feng Fei won't rashly choose Tianhai Tyranny as his opponent, right? Sun Lin Chan stood by Ling Xiao's side and analyzed. No, Ling Xiao shook his head. I'm 100% certain that he'll choose Tianhai tyranny. Why? Sun Lingchan didn't understand. Long Chun, Cold Plum, and the others didn't understand either. Logically speaking, this wasn't normal. I have an idea, but I can't say it now. Otherwise, it'll be boring. Just watch. This White Tiger Meets matches will definitely surprise you all. Ling Xiao smiled, but didn't answer their questions. Sun Lingchan wanted to ask more, but Feng Fei had already called out a name, Tianhai tyranny. Heavens, he's really chosen Tianhai tyranny. This is going to be fun. Sun Lingchan looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. She really didn't understand how Ling Xiao could predict Feng Fei's choice. It wasn't just her, but the audience was even more surprised. Logically speaking, Feng Fei should have chosen Mu Wanshuang for the sake of safety. I knew you'd choose me. Tianhai tyranny didn't seem surprised. He stood up coldly and stepped onto the stage. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that the final battle in their hearts would come early. Almost 90% of the audience thought that Tianhai tyranny and Feng Fei were the first and second choices. Their battle should have been left for last. Who would have thought that it would start now? The peerless duo, a man and a woman. One was Jingyi School's strongest genius. The other was Tianhai Empire's crown prince. Both of them had risen like comets since their debut. Despite their young age, their names had already resounded throughout the White Tiger continent. Almost everyone knew them. Today, we'll finally decide a victor. This is what you've been waiting for, right? Chapter 1987. Fight me to the end? You're not worthy. Tianhai tyranny looked coldly at Feng Fei, a hint of anger appearing on his face. His words puzzled the crowd. Hadn't Tianhai tyranny always wanted to fight Feng Fei? Didn't he value Feng Fei the most? Why did it feel like he was being insulted now? Was he being looked down upon? Worthy or not, it's not up to you to decide. No matter what you're unhappy about, only the winner of this battle has the right to fight the strongest. Isn't that right? Feng Fei smiled. You're right, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. I'll make you understand in this battle that my Tianhai tyranny's reputation as a genius isn't just for show. Tianhai tyranny laughed coldly. If I can easily defeat Lei Lai, I can easily defeat you too. Is that so? Feng Fei said no more. His jade-like hands gently raised, releasing a surge of righteous energy from his body. This righteous energy was the essence of the Jingyi School. The Jingyi School cultivated righteous energy to destroy evil spirits. Only the most talented disciples had the right to condense this pure, righteous energy. Sensing Feng Fei's aura, everyone grew solemn. This righteous qi made the demons in the depths of one's heart hide in fear. It could turn them into a true gentleman. Humph! Tianhai tyranny gave a cold snort, suddenly releasing a terrifying and evil aura. It was actually devilish qi. Devilish qi roiled around his body, corroding and devouring the righteous energy as soon as it touched it. Reality isn't an ideal. There's no such thing as righteousness triumphing over evil. Today, you'll lose for sure. Tianhai tyranny didn't hide his devilish qi in front of Feng Fei. Ling Xiao had a good understanding of him. Tianhai tyranny had colluded with the Night Devil King underground and cultivated many of the celestial devil's evil arts. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the mysterious celestial devil sect leader was also Tianhai tyranny. Of course, he had only speculated before without any concrete evidence. But today, when Tyranny Heavenly Ocean released that boundless demonic aura, he completely understood. This person was definitely the leader of the evil demons. He had probably obtained even more demonic qi from the night demons than the Tianhai King. Everyone has the right to punish evil. Today, your devilish qi shall be destroyed by my righteous qi. Feng Fei actually made the first move. His right foot took a step forward, and his figure vanished. A pure, white sword instantly appeared in his hand. Sir Chi swallowed and spat out. A pure and overwhelming righteous energy shot out from the tip of the sword towards tyrannical heavenly ocean. I've said it before, justice will inevitably be destroyed by evil in reality. Your overwhelming righteous energy will be devoured by my devilish chi. Tyranny heavenly ocean stood firmly on the ground. Endless demonic energy poured out from the ground. The terrifying demonic chi actually spread from the battle ring to below the battle ring. Ah! Suddenly, a martial artist near the stage clutched his head and stood up in fright. His eyes were filled with rage and fear. His eyes were bloodshot as his body began to distort. Then, his blood chi was sucked into tyrannical heavenly ocean's body by the demonic chi. If you don't want to die, then scram. Tyrannical heavenly ocean said coldly, "Run, hurry and run." The martial artists closest to Thunderclap City's arena originally thought that they had chosen a good spot to enjoy the White Tiger Meets battles. However, at this very moment, no one had such thoughts. The demonic chi had already swallowed up 4 or 5 people's lives. The others had long been scared out of their wits by this terrifying demonic chi. In just a few moments, there was not a single martial artist within 100 meters of Thunderclap City. Even the grass and plants had withered until they turned black, giving off an incomparably evil aura. This demonic chi is truly terrifying. If Heavenly Ocean Tyranny had used demonic chi against Lei Lai might have lost even faster. The contestants around the stage had long been protected. After all, no matter how strong the demonic chi was, it couldn't penetrate a rebirth realm martial artist's barrier of origin energy. These contestants were all treasures. They couldn't be lost because of an accident. Even if they were killed, it had to be on the stage. Sun Lingchan was also protected by the demonic chi. As he said those words with apprehension, "That's not necessarily true." Ling Xiao shook his head. "Don't forget, Lei Lai has the White Tiger bloodline. He's skilled in lightning, and lightning is very effective against this demonic chi. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean didn't choose to use the demonic chi, not because he was holding back, but because he couldn't. This person is truly calm and terrifying. He's much more powerful than I imagined. Now that you mention it, it's true. I'm afraid only Lei Lai's lightning, your fire, and Feng Fei's overwhelming righteousness can resist tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's demonic chi, right?" Sun Lingchan said, "Lightning and fire do indeed counter demonic chi, but overwhelming righteousness isn't the same. It and demonic chi counter each other. As for which is stronger, it depends on the strength of the two sides." Ling Xiao shook his head. On the stage, the two hadn't even made any physical contact. Only the pure and holy overwhelming righteousness and the evil demonic chi each occupied half of the stage. One side was black, the other white, constantly nibbling away at each other. Looking at this scene, the audience was obviously shocked. This is the true ultimate battle. What a pity it came early. After watching this battle, how are we going to watch the rest of the battles? Everyone revered this power. They also admired it. They always thought that the top battles should be left for last. If it came too early, the audience's excitement would be aroused. If the following battles weren't exciting enough, they wouldn't even be interested in watching. Rumble! Terrifying explosions rang out in the air. The devilish chi and the righteous chi rose, as if they had transformed into 2 giant beasts that occupied the sky. They fought each other to the death, neither willing to back down a single step. A pair of peerless geniuses. Ah, they really are a pair of peerless geniuses. People sighed with emotion. Before, they thought that Ling Xiao had killed Lei Lai, but there was no way to prove who was stronger between Feng Fei and Lei Lai. But now it seemed that Feng Fei was stronger than Lei Lai. There was no doubt about it. If it was Lei Lai, he wouldn't have been able to last so long against tyrannical Heavenly Ocean without taking a single injury. Of course, those with discerning eyes could see that Feng Fei's overwhelming righteousness was gradually losing ground. Tyrannical Heavenly Ocean's demonic qi was simply too strong. It was constantly nibbling away at Feng Fei's territory. It wouldn't be long before tyrannical Heavenly Ocean defeated Feng Fei in the most effortless way possible. Of course, that was assuming Feng Fei had no other tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 1988. The crowd was still waiting to see if Feng Fei still had other trump cards up his sleeve. For example, her martial soul. Heaven and earth have righteous qi. All things are manifold. Below are rivers and mountains. Above are the sun and stars. Feng Fei didn't activate her martial soul, but began to chant a resonant battle song. Then, her righteous qi manifested the image of the sun, stars, and mountains. It was as if her righteous qi was the only thing existing between heaven and earth. The terrifying righteous qi surged out in a frenzy, reversing much of her original disadvantage. The sun, moon, stars, mountains, and rivers continued to crush her, pushing back Tianhai Tyranny's devilish qi. What miraculous martial arts! This Feng Fei really isn't simple. No wonder he's one of the peerless twins. It looks like he lives up to his reputation. The crowd watched in pleasant surprise. If Feng Fei lost to Tianhai Tyranny too early, then it would be too boring. A battle between the peerless twins should be like this, back and forth, evenly matched. But in the next instant, they realized they were wrong. As Feng Fei's righteous qi grew stronger, so did Tianhai Tyranny's devilish qi. Currently, Tianhai Tyranny's face was malevolent and terrifying, like a celestial demon. Boundless devilish qi surged from his body, transforming into numerous demons that attacked the righteous qi. Once again, Feng Fei was suppressed. This was Tianhai Tyranny, powerful and insufferably arrogant. No matter who it was, they couldn't take advantage of him. Sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, grant me the righteous qi of heaven and earth, condense it into a sword. Although Feng Fei's expression was still indifferent, it was obvious that he'd been pushed to his limits. She had no choice but to change her moves. Suddenly, the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, and mountains vanished, to be replaced by the holy sword in her hand that emitted a resplendent white light. Righteous qi of heaven and earth sword, exterminate the devil. Feng Fei shouted angrily, the sword in his hand stabbing towards Tianhai Tyranny. The sword seemed to condense the power of the sun, moon, stars, mountains, rivers, making for a terrifying sight. At the very least, apart from Mu Wanchuang and Ling Xiao, no one else thought that they would be able to block this attack. Their bodies and souls would vanish before such a terrifying sword. This Feng Fei was simply too strong. Unfortunately, they met Tyranny Heavenly Ocean. Demonic qi can destroy the heavens and the earth. So what if you have the sun, the stars, and the rivers? I will destroy them for you to see. Tyranny Heavenly Seas coldly shouted. His body tilted forward slightly. Demonic energy transformed into a demonic creature that rushed out from his body. Then it roared and charged towards the righteous sword of heaven and earth. One black and one white, they were so conspicuous in the sky that everyone could see them clearly. The crazy devilish qi almost made everything between heaven and earth become evil, filled with terrifying killing intent. Boom, boom, shocking and frightening sounds of collisions continued to ring out in the arena. Tyranny Heavenly Ocean's devil qi seemed endless, constantly whittling away at the righteous sword of heaven and earth. The boundless righteous energy was quickly devoured and transformed. It actually merged with the baleful devilish energy becoming terrifyingly evil. Demonic chi could destroy the world. This was what Tyranny Tianhai had said, and he had done it. Devilish chi shrouded his body, and an evil aura completely enveloped him. Right now, he was like the devil of heaven and earth, ready to destroy all righteousness. This is too strong. How could Tyranny Heavenly Seas have such powerful devilish chi? Could it be that he's a demon? Everyone looked at Tyranny Heavenly Seas in horror. It was hard to imagine that he was a descendant of the divine crocodile clan. After all, in ancient times, the divine crocodile clan was one of the divine beasts that guarded the profound world. But now, the divine crocodile clan's bloodline had turned into an evil black within Tyranny Heavenly Sea's body, transforming into a terrifying destructive force. Boom! Crack! Finally, the righteous sword of heaven and earth was smashed to pieces by the baleful devilish energy. The boundless righteous energy was instantly compressed into Feng Fei's body. Feng Fei's face was ashen white. Her body swayed as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. In the end, she was still injured. Although she was at a disadvantage against Tyranny Heavenly Seas before, she was still able to keep herself unharmed. But this time, she couldn't even protect herself, much less the people of the world. A piece of trash like you dares to speak of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens and protecting the common people? Today, I'll tear apart your righteous energy once and for all. Tyranny Heavenly Seas looked coldly at Feng Fei, his expression fierce and domineering. It was as if he was the only one in the world. Tyranny Heavenly Seas, you're strong as expected. It looks like I won't be able to defeat you without using my final trump card. Feng Fei wiped the blood from her lips and smiled. But once I use my trump card, I won't be able to guarantee your life. As she spoke, an illusory figure appeared behind her. It was a young girl draped in a pure white cloak. This was probably Feng Fei's martial soul. But many people still couldn't understand why Feng Fei didn't use the divine phoenix bloodline. Why did he use such a strange martial soul instead? Just what was this martial soul? The crowd discussed amongst themselves, perplexed. But the illusory figure had already begun to chant. Abruptly, it transformed into a ray of white light that shot into the skies before disappearing. After a while, the sky that had already turned completely dark was filled with an incomparably holy white light, illuminating the world. Thunder rumbled as a terrifying force descended from the skies. Tyranny Heavenly Seas, take this. This is the judgment of the world's righteous energy, ultimate judgment. Rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound continued to ring out, and many people's faces were filled with terror. What a terrifying pressure. It felt like it could crush a person's body to pieces. The attack hadn't even appeared yet, but it was already like this. Could Tyranny Heavenly Seas really block such a terrifying attack? Tyranny Heavenly Seas raised his head to look at the skies. The devilish chi that enveloped his body was constantly being compressed and annihilated. This was the first time he'd been suppressed so miserably. But Tyranny Heavenly Seas didn't show a trace of fear. He only stared coldly at the skies. No matter what attack it was, Tyranny Heavenly Seas wouldn't fear it. Fall, Tyranny Heavenly Seas. Following Feng Fei's roar, a ray of white light descended from the skies. This white light had a diameter of more than 10 meters. It instantly fell onto the stage and slammed into Heavenly Sea Tyranny. Feng Fei's lips finally curved into a victorious smile. It's over. Her indifferent expression finally blossomed into a smile, like a flower. No way, Tyranny Heavenly Seas died just like that. No one wanted to see such an ending. How could the mighty Tyranny Heavenly Seas lose so cleanly? Was this still the crown prince of Tianhai Empire? Was this still the domineering tyranny heavenly sees from before? Chapter 1989. Feng Fei's white light was too frightening. Judging by its power, it was enough to kill a single life-sizer. Even a double, triple, or quadruple life-sizer would be blasted to smithereens by this attack. It was much stronger than Lei Lai's attack. Tianhai tyranny, it's a worthy death for you to die by my hands. When the white light faded, the crowd saw Tianhai tyranny's charred corpse on the ground. He really was dead. Feng Fei looked at the corpse as he spoke, his eyes filled with excitement. Below the stage, Mu Wanshuang was a little disappointed. Ling Xiao was feeling bored as well. If Tianhai tyranny really died like this, then he'd be letting down all his worries. Hurry and look at the stage. What's going on? A voice suddenly rose from the crowd. Everyone looked towards the stage in shock. Only then did they realize that the charred corpse had suddenly stood up. Then endless black qi poured in from the surroundings, restoring the corpse back to its original form. I have to admit that your attack is indeed powerful. Your martial soul is too shocking, but I've also told everyone that Tyranny Heavenly Seas has more than one type of martial soul, or even two. The terrifying, evil voice from the charred corpse seemed to grow even more evil. Hearing this, Feng Fei's face lost its calm. His smile vanished, replaced by fear. Below the stage, Mu Wanshuang revealed a satisfied smile. It was as if this was the true, tyrannical, Heavenly Seas ambition. He'd been blasted into a charred corpse, but he could still come back to life. In the past, no one would have believed such a thing. Although Yin-Yang realm martial artists had strong regenerative abilities, they couldn't be revived if they really died. Even a rebirth realm martial artist couldn't recover from such serious injuries, much less a Yin-Yang realm martial artist. But Tianhai tyranny had done it, and in front of everyone. There was no way it could be a lie. Seeing this, Feng Fei seemed to have lost all will to fight. If such an attack couldn't kill his opponent, even a martial artist like Feng Fei would be filled with fear. Her heart began to race against her will. Her eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. Lose. Tianhai tyranny reached out his right hand. Terrifying demonic qi coalesced into a giant black hand that grabbed at Feng Fei. Terrifying and vast amounts of fiendish demon qi spilled out of him and slammed into Feng Fei's body. Although Feng Fei did his best to resist, his body couldn't stop trembling. Fresh blood trickled from the corners of his mouth as his face turned ghastly pale. I admit defeat. Finally, Feng Fei cried out before the hand could touch him. Admit defeat. Almost all of the audience widened their eyes in disappointment. They assumed that Feng Fei had more tricks up his sleeve, but never expected him to admit defeat here. This was simply inconceivable to them. You are very smart. If you don't admit defeat, you will definitely die in this battle. Tianhai tyranny didn't kill Feng Fei because there was no need. Leaving Feng Fei to snipe other martial artists would be advantageous for him as well. The battle was over. Tianhai tyranny had won in a domineering manner, while Feng Fei had lost miserably. Actually, from the moment Feng Fei's strongest attack failed to kill Tianhai tyranny, the result was already set in stone. But there was still one question lingering in everyone's minds. How did Tianhai tyranny come back from the dead? Why wasn't he killed by Feng Fei's ultimate verdict? Just what kind of terrifying martial soul did he have? By now, Tianhai tyranny had almost fully recovered. Only a small part of his body had yet to recover from the ultimate verdict. However, even with that being the case, his recovery speed was simply too terrifying. It defied common sense. Thus, it had to be his martial soul. No one could think of any other explanation. Just what is your martial soul? Feng Fei looked at Tianhai tyranny. Although she had admitted defeat, she didn't leave the stage immediately. Instead, she looked at Tianhai tyranny, as if hoping to know the truth. No matter what my martial soul is, you've already lost. Why ask? Unless you want to help someone else ask. Tianhai tyranny looked coldly at Feng Fei. I admit that you're very strong, much stronger than I imagined. That ultimate verdict nearly cost me my life on this stage. I had no choice but to use this martial soul I didn't want to use in the first place. But you still don't have the right to be my opponent. Feng Fei, are you still not going to show yourself? I've already defeated your servant girl. Now I have the right to fight you, right? He suddenly looked below the stage and shouted at the crowd. Hearing this, most of the people were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Feng Fei on the stage? Had Tianhai tyranny been struck dumb by the ultimate verdict? She's not Feng Fei. The Tianhai sovereign king laughed coldly. Although she's very strong and has always been playing the role of Feng Fei, my son might not have known. Perhaps you don't know, but my son once fought with the real Feng Fei. That person was even stronger than her. What? The Tianhai king's words instantly left everyone dumbfounded. Such a strong martial artist was only Feng Fei's servant girl? Was that even possible? Although she'd lost to Tianhai tyranny, she wasn't weak at all. In fact, she was ridiculously strong. Hee, you actually saw through me. Feng Fei suddenly laughed. It's been so many years. I've always been my master's shadow, fighting and killing on her behalf. I thought my disguise was flawless, but you still saw through me. No wonder you're Tianhai tyranny. My name is Feng Ying. As for my master, she's always been in the 10,000 lightning extreme grounds. It's a pity that you couldn't see through her despite your strength. Feng Ying, although they'd already believed the Tianhai sovereign king and Tianhai tyranny's words, Feng Ying's own admission convinced them that this strong woman was only Feng Fei's servant girl. That was too frightening. If a servant girl was so strong, then how frightening would the real Feng Fei be? Since she's here, then I'll take first place at the White Tiger meet and fight her again. Tianhai tyranny laughed coldly. You asked me what martial soul I used just then. I can tell you now, my martial soul is nothing more than the unremarkable water bear martial soul. Water bear martial soul? Many people were baffled when they heard about this martial spirit, because this martial spirit was indeed too inconspicuous. It could not even attract people's attention. But the truly knowledgeable martial artists couldn't help but pale at the mention of this martial soul. Big bro, you know this martial soul? Long Chen asked when he saw Ling Xiao crease his eyebrows. Sun Ling Chan and the rest looked towards Ling Xiao as well. They knew that Ling Xiao had read a lot of books, so he definitely knew